welcome you to the Talent Attraction and Retention Forum. I am Bill Sayre. I'm a Centerville City Council member and serve as chair of the First Suburbs Consortium of Dayton. And this is a major event for the First Suburbs. We don't usually have visible programs to the community. We meet regularly and discuss matters of mutual interest and educate ourselves of various things. But this is our first public event, at least in a long time. So we're glad that you're here and we welcome you to this. So our First Suburbs members are diverse, have varying economic and demographic characteristics, but we all share from comparing our various communities and finding areas of common ground and areas where we can support each other. The First Suburbs members are the City of Centerville, the City of Clayton, Harrison Township, City of Huber Heights, City of Kettering, City of Moraine, City of Oakwood, City of Riverside, City of Trotwood, City of Vandalia, Washington Township, and City of West Carrollton. And I should add, we're always open to more municipalities within Montgomery County to join us, as well as townships. This conference was put together with the primary oversight of a committee that included myself, Richard Shaw of the City of Huber Heights, and Bruce Duke of the City of Kettering. And I should add, those two were the most critical people in terms of bringing this grant to Dayton for this forum. Lucius Plant, the Dayton Development Coalition, Jack Jensen, who is our volunteer executive director of First Suburbs, and Cassie Barlow, who is from the Strategic Ohio Council on Higher Education, known as SOCHE. We give special thanks to our National League of Cities and TIP Strategies, who you'll hear from both of those today, but National League of Cities gave us the grant that allowed us to hire TIP Strategies to do the research that you will be hearing later today. We also have many corporate sponsors that we are very grateful to for helping us bring this conference together. And you have QR codes in your program that will take you to our sponsor page and link to their talent attraction web pages. And we also, from the QR code, you can see the full bios of each speaker, because we aren't going to take time for in-depth introductions of speakers, so that in the interest of time, but you can see all of their information inside. It is now my pleasure to share with you this special welcome from the National League of Cities.
Hello, everybody. I'm Clarence Anthony, CEO and Executive Director of the National League of Cities. As you know, NLC is the voice of America's cities, towns, and villages. Thank you for the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you, even if it's virtual. First, congratulations to the First Suburbs Consortium of Dayton on winning NLC's 2021 Economic Development Program Award. To Jack and Willis, great job on bringing this critical resource to your communities. For the past 3 years, the National League of Cities has been partnering with TIP Strategies to offer this opportunity for a city or a group of municipalities to receive pro bono consulting services for first-tier suburban communities. Thank you, Jeff and Jen, for your partnership with cities and with the National League of Cities. Those of you gathered in the room, I encourage you to take full advantage of this opportunity to learn, to share, and of course, to grow. After a year like no other, many communities are only now beginning to rebuild. This begins with creating a community that is attractive, not just to the residents, but also to workers and families. I encourage all of you to take in all the information that is shared today and use it when you head back to your communities so that you can make it better and help residents thrive. I'm excited to read the full report when it's presented at NLC's City Summit this November. And for anyone who hasn't registered yet, it's not too late. Join NLC at our city summit. It is the largest gathering of municipal officials and staff. It is the best event to connect and learn and grow as a local leader. I hope to see you all there. Let me just say thanks again for allowing me to say hello, and please enjoy the day's session.
So we want to thank the National League of Cities. We had one of their staff members, Kirk Ross, gave us a lot of support in the planning of this conference. I believe Kirk is with us virtually, which right before we began, I knew that we had 18 people with us virtually. That number has probably grown. I wonder if it would be possible just for a moment to show our virtual audience on the screen.
There we go.
Good morning.
Okay.
I also, when we work together as local governments, we have many associations and ways that we collaborate. And we have, of course, the National League of Cities here, but all of our cities also belong to a very important organization known as the Ohio Municipal League, which I think its most important role is to have a presence in Columbus, to interact with the General Assembly as they strive to take away our local rule. And we do have with us today the president of the Ohio Municipal League, who is also locally our city manager of Kettering, Mark Schwederman. Mark, you want to just wave and kind of. And now it's my pleasure to turn this podium over to what you have been waiting for, and that is the results of the research that hopefully a lot of you participated in from TIP Strategies. Jeff Marcel is a senior partner, and Jen Todd Goins is a senior consultant. And as Clarence Anthony mentioned in his opening video, TIP Strategies is providing pro bono assistance to this forum. And so Jeff is with us today, and Jen is joining us virtually because she happens to be in quarantine at the moment. So together they're going to present the results of the survey that many of you completed this summer about your thoughts and insights on talent, attraction, and retention in the greater Dayton area. So it's my pleasure to turn the podium over to Jeff Marcel.
Thank you, Bill. Well, good morning, everybody. How are you?
Good morning.
Excellent. It is good to be with you. It's good to be with you in person. It's good to have TIP represented virtually as well. I'm Jeff Marcel. I'm a senior partner with TIP Strategies. We're an economic development and workforce development consulting firm, and as Bill said, I'm joined by Jen Todd Goins, who's a senior consultant with our firm. And in addition, we have Luke Shuffield, who's joined us, who's an associate. And the three of us have been the team from TIP that's been working in collaboration with the First Suburbs Coalition, as well as the National League of Cities on this program. And so we're really excited about today's forum. Welcome. We're so glad you're here. There's been so much work that has been done by all of these organizations for today to put this program together. But I will share with you that at the conclusion of today's program at about 2:30, that won't be the end of the work. Really, this whole purpose of today's forum is to get folks excited about this concept of talent attraction, talent recruitment, and inspire you there's great work being done, and we want to inspire you to do even more. And so that's our objective today. So we do have an exciting program for you. Let me share with you what we want to cover. So the first thing I'm going to do is provide a quick introduction to TIP so you have a sense about who we are and where we're coming from. I do want to elaborate a little bit on some of the remarks Clarence made about this National League of Cities Economic Development Program. And then we're going to dive into the analysis, share some of the results with you. And then we also want to talk about success stories and best practices from around the country, but also best practices that are happening right here in Dayton, Ohio. And then we'll talk about next steps. And we've got about 45 minutes. We'll try to move through this material fairly quickly. So just a quick introduction to TIP. So TIP Strategies is a nationally recognized economic development and workforce development strategic planning firm. The name is an acronym, and it stands for Theory into Practice. And that's because all of the consultants, all of the partners at TIP have a background representing a community at some point in their career and being a successful economic development practitioner. That changes the way we think about strategic planning because we know what it looks like to have to implement this kind of work. So we spend a lot of time in the communities that we work in talking about implementation and moving towards implementation on the planning work that gets done. So that's where the name comes from. Let me share, as a firm, we do work all over the country. We're a little over 25 years old. We've worked in hundreds of communities around the country. We typically will work with a city or a county or a region or a state to help them think through challenges they have to their local economy. Just to give you an example of some of the projects that we have underway, right now I'm doing a strategic plan for the Spokane, Washington area. We're doing work in Indianapolis, a strategic plan for Indianapolis. We're doing work in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Dallas, Texas. We're doing a Houston, Texas regional plan as well. I'm doing a project in Greenville, South Carolina. We're actually doing specific talent attraction and recruitment work for the state of Michigan. And then we're also doing a project for the city of Lubbock, Texas, that's a talent attraction and retention project. So those are just some of the projects that we have underway. That'll give you a little bit of a sense about the kinds of projects that we work on and where we're working in the country. This is the team at TIP. I won't share everybody's background with you or bio with you, but I will tell you I could not be more proud of our team. They have an amazing background, they have great expertise, and they are totally committed to the communities they work in. So I'm proud of our team. And these are the services that we provide as a firm. And they're all centered around economic development and workforce development and the associated analysis. So that's enough about us. Let's talk a little bit about this National League of Cities Economic Development Program. I want to make sure you have a sense about what the history of this program is and what its purpose is. The program is actually a partnership between TIP Strategies and the National League of Cities, and it was developed 3 years ago, as Clarence referenced. It's a competitive application process where one community a year, one region a year is selected. And the goal of this entire program is to bring together local leaders within a community to focus on one topic related to the health of their local economy, and then identify cities and bring city leaders together to talk about ways to collaborate to address that challenge or leverage that opportunity. And that's the real purpose of this effort. The first year we did this, the Kansas City region was the group that was selected, and they wanted to focus on workforce housing, and that was the issue they wanted to focus in on. The second year was with the Phoenix region in the Phoenix East Valley. They wanted to focus on small business resiliency. And this year, I cannot tell you how excited we are about this topic. It could not be more timely. The team at the First Suburbs Consortium put together just an outstanding application. And so they were selected, and the topic is, as you know, talent retention and attraction. And so let's talk a little bit about that topic, what we want to accomplish today. So as many of you know, right, as I think we all know, a community's ability to keep and grow its talent and attract talent really has always been pivotal to the health of a local economy. I mean, that's a given. Everybody understands that. But I will tell you, over the last couple years, that competition for talent has increased dramatically. Jen's going to share some information with you in just a few minutes about the Dayton, Ohio area that really will spell that out with clarity. So this topic is really timely. There are economic development professionals around the country that are competing now to attract talent, to keep talent at a level where they used to spend all of that energy attracting businesses and helping businesses grow. Now talent is just as important, even or in some cases even more important. So today we're going to be looking at local data, We're going to be looking at national data. We're also going to be looking, as I said earlier, about national best practices, but we also want to put a spotlight on some of the things that are happening locally, because there's some great work being done here around talent attraction and retention. You're going to hear from a series of panels of local experts about their insights, their experience, what's being done here in the Dayton market. We're also going to take some time to have roundtable conversations with you later on today. We want to hear from you. We want to make sure we understand what your thoughts are, what your ideas are related to talent attraction and retention. And then at TIP, we're going to compile all of this information in a next steps planning document. We're going to present that to the consortium in just a few months, but we're also going to showcase that at the National League of Cities annual conference coming in November. So this is an exciting time. The eyes of the National League of Cities, all of the membership, is going to be upon the Dayton, Ohio area and talk about what we're doing today and what we've done over the last several months. So it's an exciting opportunity. So I wanted to change gears and dive into the analysis. One of the things, you all were kind enough to fill out a survey before you attended today, and that's because we wanted to understand what your experience was and what your priorities are for this talent retention and attraction program. We did the survey, and I'm going to share some of the results with you, but I did want to share one thing we're really excited about at TIP that's new this year. So as a part of this year's program, our analysts at TIP really dove in and came up with a new concept. It's actually a proprietary tool that we've developed that tracks talent. We're calling it the Talent Migration Tool. And it tracks talent where we identified where people are coming from when they move to Dayton, what their age is, what their educational attainment is, a whole host of other factors. But then we can track where people have gone, when they've left Dayton, where have they gone to? And looking at all of those data points as well. And then we've been able to map all of that information out. And you'll see from Jen, she'll be able to show you some of the mapping work that we've done. And it tells the story of talent migration for the Dayton, Ohio area. We're excited about it because we think it's a valuable tool that will help you as you're making strategic decisions, as you're thinking through initiatives for talent attraction and retention. So we're excited to share that, and we're going to provide that to the consortium at the conclusion of the program. So with that, let me dive into the survey. As I said, we wanted to get a head start and understand who's in the room and what you care about. So let's talk about some of the highlights. One of the questions that we asked all of the folks who registered is, where are you from? And so you'll see on the left-hand side of your screen, we've mapped out where attendees are, and the darker the shade, the more people that responded from that zip code that are in attendance. So we've got good representation from throughout the region. On the right-hand side of the screen, we also wanted to have an understanding about kind of the age makeup of everybody in the room. And so here you'll see we've demonstrated that there's 49% of you are part of Gen X, 27% of you are baby boomers, 12% of you are millennials, 10% of you are the silent generation, and then we do have some Gen Z representatives as well. And we wanted also to understand who you represent. What organizations are you with? And so you'll see on the left-hand side of the screen, there are 38% of you that are in attendance to today's forum that are from the government sector, 25% from the business community, 11% from economic development organizations, 10% from education, 8% from community organizations. So we have a really good representation of organizations across the region as well. I think probably one of the most important questions that we asked, though, is the one on the right-hand side of the screen. In the past 12 months, have you been involved in hiring or recruitment decisions within your organization? And the overwhelming majority of you have been involved in those things. So you live, eat, and breathe talent retention and recruitment every single day. And so we appreciate your attendance as a part of this effort. We did ask some questions about kind of generational attitudes about business recruitment and retention. I'm not going to go through this, but we're going to present all of this in our next steps document. But in the interest of time, I wanted to share just a couple word clouds with you. This is a question we asked about what are the hardest occupations to find? And I think these shouldn't be a surprise to, I think, anybody. It's hardest to find occupations for the skilled production and maintenance areas, for information technology, for engineers, and for healthcare. Those are the same kinds of occupational demands that we see in markets that we work in around the country. So that's not a surprise. You're dealing with the same kind of tension that other markets around the U.S. are dealing with. We wanted to kind of get the ball rolling and start generating ideas from everybody that was going to be in attendance. We asked this question: what policies, programs, or initiatives can help the region attract and retain talent? The yellow responses are ideas about retaining talent. The blue responses are about attracting talent. So about retaining, right, some of the ones that surface are that dynamic between school and employer relationships, as well as co-op and internships were some other ideas that surfaced. In recruitment, right, it's naturally about marketing, but it's also about amenities and quality of life and housing. Those are all big issues when we talk about recruiting. And then actually for both recruitment and retention, this concept about employee incentives surfaced as well. I felt really great about the sheer number of ideas that surfaced as a result of this. So I know we're going to have a really fruitful conversation later on today, because you all are brimming with great ideas and you want to participate. So with that, I'm going to now turn it over to Jen and have her take you through some additional data, some of the hard data that we gathered about nationally what's going on, but also what's happening here in the Dayton area. So Jen, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you sharing that. And as Jeff mentioned earlier, everything that we have put together in this presentation will be shared with the first Suburbs Consortium and then available for distribution in terms of the slides. We'll also be sharing some of the data so that the consortium can have the background to everything that we've shared. What you're seeing here today is really just kind of a sample of that information. I mean, we're able to fit everything in, but as Jeff mentioned, I will be going through our data, trends, and analysis. I wanted to start with a quote that I think kind of sets the scene for what we're trying to talk about, and this is from the president and CEO of REI, just kind of noting that 2020 has been traumatic. And it should be a time when we kind of stop and rethink some of our assumptions for how business works, how talent works, where do people want to work, how do they work, what do those patterns look like, and kind of keep an open mind and going forward of how communities, businesses, employers, and employees want to approach those relationships. On this graph, you can see what we're calling the uneven recovery. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about this in the past. And you'll see we kind of have benchmarked everything starting in February of 2020, kind of looking at when that COVID recession really began. And you can see there was a giant dip in employment right after COVID kind of truly emerged within our nation. Those with a bachelor's degree or higher have recovered better than anyone else. You'll see that they have just slightly recovered the number of jobs that existed at the time of the recession, but those who have either some college or an associate's degree, high school or less, really have struggled to reach that same level of recovery. And that's something to keep in mind in our conversations when we're talking about talent, kind of looking at who has had the hardest time reconnecting with jobs and employment in the current economy. With that in mind, I did want to note that, COVID recession aside, the nation still faces a shortage of workers in the long term. And you can see here that gray bar, just kind of showing our average annual net US job growth, about what you would expect to see every year. Of course, there's some variation year to year, but then the blue bars really show you that change in the US working age population. The most important thing to note is that after about 2012, 2013, the number of workers doesn't quite meet the demand. And so what that means, of course, is increased competition for the workers who are available in order to find folks to match the jobs that you have within your community. Also wanted to take a moment to kind of look at, well, what does hiring look like after the pandemic? If I'm going to, say to you guys, everything has changed, well, what has changed? And part of it is looking at, almost 2 million fewer women are in the workforce than what we had before COVID-19. That could be due to a number of factors, whether it's issues accessing childcare, the occupations that were hardest hit during the recession often align with where you find women, just a number of different factors in play here. But a few other interesting facts are one, over half of the unemployed are considering changing their occupations. And so that I think is a great opportunity to try and tap into that group and tap into workers who maybe are feeling a little discontent about their current situation and looking for a change. About 3/4 of employees and job seekers said that a diverse workforce is important. So that is something to keep in mind when you are recruiting and building your workforce. And 37% of employees and job seekers said they wouldn't even apply to a company that had a negative satisfaction rating among people of color. When we're looking at Gen Z in the workplace, so I wanted to kind of look at, well, what does the new generation of workers value? Those are the folks coming up who will be making up the workforce of the future. And one thing to look at here is a lot of kind of more of the techie sort of occupations are valued, looking at STEM, health science, audiovisual technology, along with some of your more traditional occupations as well. You've got business, arts, communications, and then some really interesting preferences that I wanted to share with you guys. 70% decide their future employer in high school or college. And so that really, to me, emphasizes the need to reach those people when they're young and looking to make decisions. Again, right about 3/4 said that they're more inclined to work for an employer if they're actually connected prior to job searching. Again, to emphasize that, reaching out when folks are in school still. And then 75% said they'd actually change their mind about a future employer if they were provided information. So I'm seeing this as a very malleable generation in terms of reaching them about potential occupations before folks have really decided where they're going to go with their future careers. In this section, we'll start to talk a little bit more about data that's related to your region. This is all going to be part of the data, again, that's given to the First Suburbs Consortium. But starting here, we wanted to kind of look at, well, how is the population growing? And of course, you can kind of see on the left-hand side of that chart, we did have more population loss than gain, but you can see starting right around, 2010 or so, you're starting to kind of lessen that loss a little bit and reach more of an equilibrium where there's some population kind of stagnating growth, about breaking even with folks who are coming to the region and folks who are leaving the region. I also wanted to take a moment to look at, what's your share of your population with veteran status? And I think, that's in part because you have the base and recruiting folks who have either, actually been enlisted in at that base or who have worked there over time, maybe as contractors, wanting to keep them as part of the local labor pool. And what you'll see here kind of carrying throughout some of the next slides is this blue and gold theme. Where Montgomery County, which captures most of the First Consortium suburbs, will be in gold. We have the individual suburbs in blue, and then that gray bar will be your benchmark for the nation. So you can see here, Montgomery County does have more veterans within the population than either the US or Ohio does. And then you obviously will also see some diversity within the individual communities. We also wanted to take a look at the occupations that are just within the first suburbs. So this is not counting folks who maybe live within your area but commute outside. There's a lot of that office and admin support. We've got your healthcare practitioners, sales, transportation, food prep and serving, production. I think a lot of these jobs are kind of aligning with maybe what we saw in Jeff's presentation about areas where folks are looking for workers and kind of gaps and that job employment mismatch sometimes. Wanted to also take a moment to kind of look at the issue of remote workers and kind of the rise of not only remote work, but flexible work. And this is a quote from the JP Morgan CEO, but it's something that we've seen across industries and across client engagements where folks are looking to transition their workforce. And he says for every 100 employees, they may need seats for only 60 on average. And that impacts, not only how big your office is, how much real estate you need. It affects commuting patterns. There will be effects on those small businesses and others downtown or in employment centers who rely on those workers and commuters. And I think it also puts workers in a different position for deciding where they may actually want to be going forward. When we look at the share of workers who work from home, kind of again, thinking about that remote population, Montgomery County is a little bit lower than what you might see in the US or in Ohio. And again, you do have pretty wide range across the individual communities. And this might be something to think about going forward of how, might the Dayton region kind of capture more of those remote workers going forward, and the ability to kind of connect folks you already have with jobs that might be outside of your region. We also wanted to look at, the share of households who have access to both a computer and the internet. The idea being that, these are two things that are absolutely required if you want to work from home and, really to participate in what's becoming an increasingly remote economy, looking at not only employment, but also education, healthcare, the ability to search for jobs, all being things that kind of happen online. So you can see here, almost 90% of folks in Montgomery County have access to a computer, which is great. You have a, higher rate than Ohio, slightly lower than the US. And they're right at about 83% having actual access to the internet. And so this is higher than what we find in both the US and Ohio. And so I think that's really good news for the region as well. This next slide begins a look at worker migration, and what TIP put together. It's a proprietary tool we put together, a migration tool that looks at where workers are coming from and then where they're actually going. And this information, it's really, I think, very interesting, and it's important to remember that we're looking at workers here. So this is not population change overall. It's strictly looking at the jobs perspective. And so you're seeing the bubbles on this map. Our gold bubbles stand for outflow. So that's where workers are going from the Dayton Kettering metro region. This is all done on the MSA scale. And then our blue bubbles show inflow of where workers are coming from, outflow, where they're going. And we can see here in Ohio, you have some very large bubbles looking at, workers are definitely staying in the region. We've got a big set of bubbles in the Southeast, some of the large cities, Atlanta, Charlotte. I see Knoxville and Nashville there as well. And then also losing some folks to the West Coast. And I will say nationally, we do see a pattern of a lot of communities losing folks to both the West Coast and to Florida. But I do think that Southeast pattern in general is pretty interesting. And then you're actually receiving a lot of workers from, east of the Mississippi, primarily, a lot from the region, and a lot from that kind of mid-Atlantic to New England sort of area. And so I think these are kind of interesting elements to keep in mind from that attraction perspective of, where can workers come from, and looking at where workers are going, and, how might Dayton change their minds? Here we've got our top 10 regional sources of workers. So if we're looking at, where are workers in the Dayton Kettering metro area coming from, they're primarily coming from Springfield. So you're really capturing folks from some of the smaller towns in Ohio, as you see further down the list, and some of the larger cities in Ohio. We've got a lot of folks coming from Canton, Massillon. And then number 3 here, I think is interesting. You've got a lot of folks coming from Little Rock. And to me, the biggest takeaway here is that you're obviously very competitive with some of those places in Ohio, and then also a few places actually outside of your state. On this next slide, we remove Ohio from the equation and take a moment to kind of see, where are folks coming from if they're not coming from Ohio, just to get kind of that external recruitment perspective. And you are getting the most number of people from the Little Rock MSA, right? And, somewhere in the between 200 and 220 on average. And then for the non-MSA Indiana, that's your second most. And this means any area in Indiana that's not part of that metro area. Quite a number of workers coming to the Dayton Kettering MSA. And you can see here kind of some of the additional communities are reflecting what we saw on that map previously, that kind of cluster around New England, mid-Atlantic, and then actually the Little Rock, Indiana, Illinois sort of area. The next thing we wanted to look at is, where are your workers actually going? So if we've looked at where they're coming from, we want to also know where folks are headed. And the top destination is Cincinnati by quite a bit. So you have a lot of folks going to that MSA, followed by Columbus, and then just non-MSA Ohio. And so I think, these are all kind of interesting looks at those three areas, where people are going and how you might try and compete with keeping some of that talent more in your region. And then when we remove Ohio from the equation and kind of say, well, where are people going to if they're not, staying in Ohio? Your first spot is Indiana, kind of looking at the Indianapolis area, followed by Chicago, kind of getting that pull of the big city, place people want to go. And then non-MSA Indiana, followed by Louisville. And so here again, I think kind of echoes what we saw on that map visual of where folks are actually headed to when they do not decide to just to stay in Ohio. And I'll also note in that data transfer that we'll do, you have the ability to kind of see by education level where people are falling in terms of coming into Ohio or going out, which I also think is valuable from the perspective of looking at what kinds of jobs to target and what kinds of workers and what sorts of occupations. We wanted to also take a look at some of your local education institutions to see where people are coming from, and I'm sorry, where they're going after graduation. And this one just looks at Sinclair Community College and Wright State University. Their data we were able to get from the same source, so they're grouped together here. And what you can see just 1 year after graduation, most people stay in Ohio. You've got 88% of folks staying in state. And then you do have representation, of course, a lot of folks staying in the East, North, Central, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan area. Your South Atlantic is also pretty popular, a little bit in that Middle Atlantic, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey sort of area, and really not very many going west, as we saw earlier. But when we look at where folks go 10 years after graduation, the numbers start to change a little bit. So here we only have 78% actually staying in Ohio. And so 10% of those graduates have gone somewhere else. And that might be kind of seeking different career opportunities somewhere else as careers mature. It could be maybe returning closer to home, where someone is from as they build a family. Could be a lot of different reasons here. But something to, I think, look at is where those folks are going. And again, we see definitely South Atlantic, a big draw, kind of aligning with the bubbles that we saw on the map. Middle Atlantic, East, North, Central, and a slightly higher bump for the Pacific Coast states. Of course, we also wanted to look at University of Dayton to kind of see where their graduates are going, and only half looks like stay actually in the state of Ohio after graduation. You have quite a number staying within that greater region again, looking at your neighboring states in your East, North, Central area. You've got about 6% in the South Atlantic, a higher percentage here in the Middle Atlantic, again, probably looking at some of those larger East Coast cities, and then a few kind of smattered in other areas across the nation. In this section, we would like to share some success stories with you. So we've kind of talked about some of the data, did a very fast and furious look at some of the trends, some of what we've heard from you. And now we want to take a moment to look at, one, what's already happening in the region? What do some interesting programs that I think maybe other folks should look at, and then also making sure that everyone listening and participating today is familiar with some of the things that are happening. It's not a representation of everything, of course. We did have to constrain our sample, so it is just that. And then we'll share some national examples of different programs I think might be interesting for the region for, to kind of check out and, pluck things that might work for you going forward. So we'll start with Jobs Ohio. I won't spend too much on this because you will actually be hearing from Jobs Ohio later today, and I would imagine most of you are quite familiar with this organization. But for those who might not be, it's a one-stop shop for business climate, workforce, location, infrastructure, research, innovation, just kind of a catch-all for that jobs piece and all of the different dynamic pieces of that part of the economy. They also supported thousands of small businesses during the pandemic, and that led Ohio to being ranked, the 6th best COVID response nationwide, which I think is pretty cool. They've also, of course, been responsible for billions in new capital investment, lots of jobs in the state, and having a hand, and just kind of helping keep Ohio as, one of the most affordable states to live in, kind of keeping that manufacturing economy base, and really continuing to focus also on innovation and new site development. The next group we'd like to talk about is the Dayton Development Coalition. And this group really serves as that leading advocate for business development in the Dayton region, working, of course, in close collaboration with Jobs Ohio. And again, I would imagine many of you are already familiar with this group and probably could teach me a thing or two about them. They offer that personalized assistance to businesses exploring opportunities in the Dayton region. So we have that kind of externally focused piece, looking at everything from, how do those companies find the right location? How can they maybe access some incentives and, other competitive initiatives? Also looking at, data for site selectors and making sure they know about the business climate in the region, looking at the economic strength of Dayton and the state as a whole. And then, I think once you have folks who are interested, it's also really important to coordinate with the local partners. I'm reaching out to businesses, making sure, especially during the pandemic, Dayton Development Coalition doing a great job of assessing their needs and kind of helping to make sure that these small businesses can survive after COVID-19. Generation Dayton, Gen D, operated by the Dayton Area Chamber of Commerce. They take a little bit of a more specialized focus, looking at helping young professionals grow, develop, and establish themselves in the Dayton region. Some things that we really found important about this group is that one, there's a focus on networking. And that's something that we've seen is really important for young people to feel connected to each other, to feel connected to their community. Gen D offers special events for the members to help encourage development of both of those things. And there's that emphasis on like a fun, laid back environment. Again, something else that can kind of help younger workers feel a little bit more comfortable. We've also got the hub, and a couple things that we thought were really unique about this is that one, you've got that joint venture. I think partnerships always help you create those economies of scale, kind of leveraging resources of each group. Very great focus on inclusivity, on making an impact, on offering support, on facilitating that collaboration between different groups and creativity. I thought specifically, it's really neat how you have that combination of different University of Dayton groups, looking at the different schools, engineering, art, design, having studio space in one location, combined with co-working space for entrepreneurs and businesses, and then also having event space. You're really, creating that nexus of activity that allows those kind of happenstance interactions to happen, allows for greater innovation. The student-run cafe is also great. You're not only training the students to be entrepreneurs, but featuring that menu of products by underrepresented entrepreneurs and providing commercialization support services so that the things that might be developed within the university or within some of those co-working spaces can actually be scaled up and promoted external. There's that Small Business Development Center and the Greater West Dayton Satellite Incubator. And so all of these things, I think, create, as the name indicates, kind of a hub for that activity, the innovation. That's really interesting and I think a great asset to the region. We also wanted to highlight some of the programs for workers and connecting to young people again. So we've got Sochi Intern, developed by the Strategic Ohio Council for Higher Education, kind of just connecting students with internship opportunities in Ohio. Again, focused on your college and high school students. Very easy portal to use, allows easy access for both students and employers, and has good information about popular Dayton area activities. Again, thinking about connecting folks to the community. So maybe if I'm an intern, I'm looking to get involved in something or to go do something interesting, this portal can help me. And same for employers, if I'm looking to really find a way to maybe connect with my workers and host events for them. Also got Hometown Opportunity. This is another, we looked at their online portal, connecting companies with job seekers. And this has a great combo of job postings and resume uploading services in one place, kind of providing that matchmaking service. Really effective for students, the ability again to access something online. And again, reaching folks before they've made that final career decision, looking at high school, college, and adult education. Got Skills to Careers as well, a program provided by the Middletown, Monroe, and Trenton Chamber of Commerce. It provides that local job search portal and a skills evaluator, which is something unique here, where they create that skills profile based on a 30-question survey. It's connected with a very large number of skill sets to help folks find where they might fit. We also thought that focus on what employers need, what individuals have, and what educators teach is important. I think sometimes someone may have an idea of what they want to do, but not knowing how to get there, or having the idea of, I'm good at X and Y, but I have no idea how that might apply to a career. And this kind of helps folks figure that out. We also liked the partnership aspect, supported by a number of local organizations and businesses, which helps to leverage that impact. The final slide in our regional success stories is a look at not necessarily a program or initiative, but more of a industry looking at drone technology. And specifically, we wanted to look at some of the different players and efforts that might exist to link industry, education, and that technology together. And so we wanted to highlight a couple of things. One is the Springfield Air Mobility Program, selected by NASA in May of this year for a competitive award, which is pretty great. St. Clair Community College actually has a training and certification center related to drone technology. You've got a local pilot program for actual drone grocery delivery, and the fact that Ohio is home to so many aerospace companies with a really large workforce provides a talent pool to kind of tap from who is already close to the Dayton region. And again, this is not to say that all signs should point to drone technology, but more of just an example of something that shows how you have a nexus of activities that could be used to help leverage keeping your talent and attracting new talent to the region. This next section really focuses on some of our national success stories. This first one is called Hello West Michigan, and this is something that Jeff is really familiar with and that he would be able to answer any questions that you guys might have after the presentation. But as an overview, it was established in 2007. It's a division of the Right Place, which serves the greater Grand Rapids area. And they really focus on educating potential residents about the West Michigan region. And there are a couple of points here that we pulled that we think are really relevant and interesting. One is that they're the only employer-driven organization dedicated to talent attraction and retention in the country. So it's not public sector driven, but private. And it's funded by 80 member companies. So that again goes to the desire to create that unified message and effort across a very large number of companies within the region. Their services actually range from outbound marketing efforts, so looking external to the region, but also internally, looking at networking events, job concierge and internship services, making sure that folks are able to connect to those employment opportunities within the region. They also have a career resource center. They also focus on executive recruiting and mid-career young professionals. So again, that speaks a little bit to what we saw earlier with the 10-year difference in graduates. You've kind of hit mid-career. You want to make sure you're able to keep folks within the region and maybe they're not leaving for those opportunities external. This next group, Make It MSP, is focused in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. It's a product of their Regional Economic Development Partnership. There's a talent and retention initiative developed in 2015. So this is a little newer than the Hello West Michigan example that we shared earlier. And we wanted to highlight a couple of things here. One is that they have 3 target talent groups. So they're very focused on newcomers. So again, that recruitment piece, very focused on professionals of color and very focused on tech talent. And with that, they've created this very dynamic, very easy to use website. It provides information for folks who are maybe considering moving to the region. So if I'm a worker who's thinking about relocating, I can grab some quick info. But if I'm also a company rep who's recruiting talent, I can download information from the website to share with my recruits and also access resources, which I think is really valuable. And just since the program started, so looking between that time frame of 2015 and 2019, the number of people in that kind of prime young professional range, 25 to 34 moving to the region, increased by 265%. So I think this program, has done a really great job of actually improving the region's ability to recruit those young workers. This next one speaks to the remote workers that we talked about earlier, and I'm sure a lot of you maybe have heard about Tulsa Remote. I think they get a lot of coverage for the 10,000 grant program, which is true, they do have that, but they also incorporate really good community building opportunities in the grant program. So they really emphasize diversity and community building. It's a very intentional effort so that, in addition to the grant that a remote worker who moves to Tulsa can receive, they also receive a co-working space membership that helps to facilitate community connection and networking. They get support in finding housing, as well as access to community building events and opportunities. So again, thinking about building roots in the community. Most of their participants actually end up buying houses in Tulsa, and many people who aren't accepted to the program still come to the city. And some of that may be, of course, because they were going to come anyway, but some of it is that folks hear about the program, learn about Tulsa, and decide they're actually pretty interested in possibly relocating there. And then finally, they don't just work with folks in the program, they also connect remote workers in Tulsa with what they call the remote ecosystem. And that just means allowing, a variety of folks to kind of join in these community building events, to receive news, to communicate and collaborate and create that sense of community. Our next one is a little more industry focused, but I think very relevant to your region. So here, this comes from California. The Aerospace Technologies Institute of Excellence, or CATIE, connects the aerospace industry through public and private collaborations. And I think that collaboration specifically is really important here. They leverage industry, military, and academic partners, really trying to cultivate that ecosystem to develop talent, to create more innovation within aerospace. They've actually created a physical makerspace for students and researchers, which to me is a little reminiscent of the Hub, although in a different industry in terms of bringing your students and your employed together. They've been really working on also developing the next generation of STEM professionals. So again, thinking about the Gen Z, that very malleable group. So they're reaching out to students, engaging them in outreach programs. They have summer camps, internships, and hackathons, all ways to kind of catch folks early and get them involved. Then we have the new Community Transition Fund here. That is the Grand Rapids, West Michigan's, again, with the right place, kind of teaming with the Bank of America and the Consumers Energy Foundation to launch an investment fund for underrepresented groups. And this photo actually is from the rollout and debut of this program. That is Jeff behind the podium. And so if you have any questions, I would highly recommend that you kind of talk to him afterward. But we wanted to spend this slide and our next one focused on a little bit of the money aspect. And here you have this fund aimed at creating greater ethnic and racial diversity in West Michigan business ownership. Those two partners I mentioned each gave $200,000 in seed funding to initiate the fund, with the goal of creating about $25 million in investment. We've also got Div Inc. This is based in Austin, and they really recognize that business equity is the second largest source of wealth behind homeownership in the nation. But with that in mind, only 3% of venture capital goes to women-led startups, less than 1% goes to Black and Latinx-led companies. And so Div Inc. is really intentional in that they select companies that are led by founders from underrepresented groups to bring into their accelerator program. So far, they have 5 cohorts that have generated about $3.2 million in revenue, over 200 new jobs, and over $14 million in funding. So those efforts have really already generated some results for the local community. Wanted to spend just a quick moment here. I'll highlight some next steps and turn it over to Jeff. We really wanted to talk about the ability to act now, that you don't have to wait on new things to come. We can build on what your existing efforts, successes, focusing on those short-term opportunities for action. With regard to this economic development program with NLC, TIP will send the slides to FSC Dayton for distribution. We'll also be developing that report Jeff talked about. That will be debuted at the City Summit in Salt Lake City. And then over the longer term, we really encourage you to take the results from the breakout sessions later today, the things you hear from our different speakers, to work regionally to identify some of those ongoing priority actions and strategies. And with that, I'll turn it to Jeff for just some closing remarks.
Super. Thank you, Jen. So not You know? I want to just say how much I appreciate, you all should know, Jen poured her heart into this project, and she was adamant that she was going to be able to present one way or the other. She really wanted to be here in person. So I just want to thank her for all of her hard work. And we hope she's feeling better today. But outstanding job, Jen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to share just a little bit more about next steps. You know, we wanted to share the data with you so that we could have productive conversations moving forward through today. We also wanted to make sure to share with you a lot of the organizations that are touching talent attraction and retention work. And I know all of you have a really good sense about those organizations that were referenced, but it's important for us to understand and be grounded in that, right? We always encourage communities, don't be duplicative, right? Leverage the organizations that are already doing great work. Maybe there's a way to expand. Maybe there's a way to find greater collaboration, put a spotlight on some of the work that's being done. So we encourage that approach as you all are moving through today. And as Jen said, we're excited about the ideas that are going to come from the roundtable conversations that we have later on. And if there's an idea that sparks, that really resonates with you, don't wait. Don't wait for this report. Don't wait for anybody. We encourage you to move forward and at all speed to make good things happen. So I also would encourage you, I know we covered a lot of data, a lot of information, as Jen said. We're going to share that with you. I saw a lot of folks taking photos, we love that, but don't worry, we're going to send you the PowerPoint, so you'll get a chance to kind of pour through those slides yourself. But if there's a question you have about the data or any of the things that we shared, let us know. Jen and I want to make sure that we're a resource for you as well. So with that, I think we're really set up for a really positive day, so let's make it as productive as possible. So with that, I can turn it back over to Bill.
Thanks, Jeff, and thanks, Jen. Our next speaker is one who is very well known to us here in the Dayton area, J.P. Nauseef, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Jobs Ohio. And J.P., unfortunately, has to be two places at one time today, so he is going to join us virtually on the screen. So,
good morning, everyone. I'm J.P. Nauseef, and it's a privilege to lead an organization called Jobs Ohio. Many of you know quite well, and others maybe less so. I'm hoping that after the next few minutes, we'll emerge with both a common understanding and a shared mission around the attraction, retention, and development of a diverse, inclusive, and job-ready talent pool to support business expansion here in the greater Dayton region and all across the great state of Ohio. It's a pleasure to join you today via video and be part of this very important day. I do wish I could be there in person with all of you. Dayton is my home. I live in Kettering, and there's no place I'd rather be, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be here in video. And while I can't be there in person, I know you're in good hands with First Suburbs Consortium Chair Willis Sayre and my friend and partner in job creation, Jeff Hoagland, the CEO of the Dayton Development Coalition. Both the FSC and the DDC do amazing work for the people of this region, as is evidenced by the excellent panels and collaborative breakout sessions they have planned for today's Talent Forum. The timing of this conference could not be more spot on. Community leaders all across the state should be holding similar planning meetings and seminars. And why? Because Ohio must be a leader in holding and developing people if we want to be a leader in welcoming companies seeking to reshore, to onshore, to deshore from the coasts and from other high-cost markets. I'll give you a perfect example. It took place last month in Wood County. I was there with Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Husted, U.S. Representative Latta, and a number of local leaders, much like yourselves. We were all at one of our Jobs Ohio job-ready site locations, ready to roll up our sleeves, grab a shovel, and help Peloton CEO John Foley and his team break ground at the site of the company's first greenfield manufacturing plant in the USA, Peloton Output Park, When completed, it'll feature 1 million square feet of advanced manufacturing, executive offices, and collaborative space. Peloton expects to employ over 2,100 people across all functions. With an anticipated annual payroll of nearly $140 million, the average pay could top $30 per hour. Sounds pretty great. That one facility promises to give thousands of our fellow Ohioans the ride of their careers. But companies like Peloton can't bring those opportunities to Ohio communities if Ohio communities lack the executive and managerial talent or the skilled workforce to fill hundreds and hundreds of manufacturing, assembly, quality assurance, IT, distribution jobs, and other designations. If an opportunity of similar scale presented itself to the Dayton region this morning, could we look the CEO in the eye and say, we have it all ready to go. We have the people you need. They have the right skills right here, right now. Could we guarantee that? Could we really do it? The link between job-creating employers and job-ready employees is no accident. It's the result of careful planning and cultivation of both job creators and job candidates. It requires investment and engagement with every link of Ohio's collaborative economic development chain. And that is the work we do at Jobs Ohio. That's the kind of work we fund through partnerships with FSC Dayton and the DDC. Jobs Ohio is Ohio's private economic development corporation. We're state authorized, but privatized, and staffed by private sector professionals. Our mission is economic development. We work outside, but alongside state government, and we report to a private board appointed by the governor. We're ambassadors for the benefits of doing business in Ohio. You can think of us as part concierge to business clients, part partner, and part counterparty on behalf of the state. There's really nothing else like Jobs Ohio anywhere else in the USA. And to be perfectly honest, I hope it stays that way. Jobs Ohio has the resources and expertise to give Ohio a competitive edge in the marketplace. We have a pretty comprehensive portfolio of impact investments and initiatives. But in the interest of time, let's just focus on our programs and investments in Ohio's talent and workforce domain. For those of you that know me and my family, we are big fans of basketball. I wasn't much of an athlete, but my sons were, but I'm a big fan of University of Dayton basketball, so I'll use some basketball analogies. Jobs Ohio has a full court talent and workforce strategy that includes a strong offense and defense, as well as a perimeter movement and post-up support. Our goal is to empower world-class corporations, entrepreneurs, and talented individuals to build their businesses and careers in Ohio. Some success metrics on this journey include achieving the highest growth rate among Midwest states and becoming a top 10 state nationally for growth. A more important metric, in my opinion, is enabling all Ohio regions to experience the positive effects of that growth, including currently underrepresented people and underserved communities. Let's break down our offense. When it was determined that Ohio's employers were seeing a shortage in the talent needed to fill positions requiring industry-recognized skills and specific qualifications, Jobs Ohio, working with our network partners, took a multifaceted national marketing approach to attract top talent in the most in-demand fields. We know we can score at will by attracting in-demand talent from out of state, as well as a portion of the 400,000 plus potential boomerangs out there. Boomerangs are people from Ohio or that have some connection to Ohio who live elsewhere but could be attracted back home. We're also looking to attract retiring or separated military veterans and their families who can put their skills, their leadership, and sought-after security clearances to work at Right Pat and supporting industries, as well as the many businesses that support those industries. We've launched initiatives to invest in marketing Ohio and capitalize on the migration from the coasts. One example is our Find Your Ohio program, which is a talent attraction program aimed at driving in-demand talent to the state by matching out-of-state candidates' resumes with openings at Ohio organizations. This program was initially launched with a focus on tech talent, but has since expanded to include engineering, pharmaceutical, and biosciences roles. Since its inception in March of 2020, Find Your Ohio has attracted, pre-screened, and vetted over 2,000 qualified candidates for Ohio's most in-demand jobs. So as those individuals are looking to flee the high cost of the coasts, they're looking for opportunities right here in Ohio. Now let's check out our defensive strategy. In the competitive economic development game, defense is all about avoiding turnovers. And frankly, our turnover rate is too high. Ohio retains just 52% of college graduates. Consider for a moment that for every 1% that retention rates go up means 1,400 additional in-demand workers stay in Ohio. Getting to a 60% retention rate would mean an additional 11,000 highly educated workers per year staying in Ohio. So we're working to equip Ohio universities, community colleges, vocational schools, and other institutions with Ohio's value proposition to share with recent and future graduates, as well as younger workers. We want to keep Ohio's post-secondary students on Team Ohio. We're also diversifying our game plan and investing in high-profile innovation initiatives that can go toe-to-toe with the best coastal silicon software and biosciences plays in the world. Ohio is investing. And Jobs Ohio, together with Ohio's world-class institutions, like the University of Cincinnati, Cincinnati Children's, the Cleveland Clinic, Case Western Reserve University, Cleveland State, the Ohio State University, Nationwide Children's, and many others, collectively will invest over $8 billion to build 3 innovation districts in our state. These innovation districts will produce over 30,000 new STEM graduates, resulting with over $9 billion of economic impact each year, while positioning Ohio as a global leader in health tech and IT. At the same time, these investments will fuel an unprecedented urban renewal through significant investments in real estate and facilities associated with the innovation districts. The next element of our talent strategy is perimeter movement, on and off the ball. One example is Jobs Ohio's talent acquisition services, which opens passing and scoring lanes to expand companies across Ohio. We do this by identifying each company's talent challenges, and then we work together to build and execute a flexible, custom strategy right alongside the company's own recruiting team. Essentially, we help them solve their biggest talent challenges. This helps the companies keep their job commitments to Ohio, and it helps Ohio speed the process of job placements. And that's a win-win in my book. And finally, let's examine the post-up support Jobs Ohio offers in the toughest zone on the court, the paint. We boiled down the objectives and the program to pure fundamentals, and we call it Ohio to Work. Ohio to Work is designed to reach underrepresented population groups hit the hardest during the pandemic. We partnered with the Urban League and Goodwill Easter Seals, to name a few. And we engaged private businesses and workforce experts. And we got everyone working together. Something Ohioans do well is we collaborate and work together to support underrepresented populations and connect them with meaningful, positive, and sustainable employment. We looked for gaps and we filled them. We encountered barriers and we overcame them. We invested resources and created a virtuous cycle of systems and services that guide job seekers to career counseling, in-demand skills training, and then connect them with employers that are hiring for those same in-demand job categories. Ohio to Work is a truly collaborative model that empowers people to create their personal success stories through the dignity of work. To my knowledge, there is no other program like it to this scale in America. It's part of the Ohio advantage. So to conclude and wrap up, I'd ask you to look to Jobs Ohio as a resource and a partner with a historic undertaking in front of us. Together, We can empower world-class corporations, entrepreneurs, talented individuals to build their businesses, to build their careers in Ohio, while capitalizing on the generational opportunity for Ohio to be the economic center of gravity in America. By working together, we will enable Ohio's economic growth and a better quality of life for all Ohioans through the power and dignity of work. Personally, I find this work thrilling and fulfilling. That's why Jobs Ohio will be involved every step of the way, advocating, investing, collaborating, and connecting. We are 100% committed to generating job opportunities for our fellow Ohioans while advancing prosperity for Ohio's cities and towns. Because we know at our core that the time is now and the land of opportunity is Ohio. Thank you.
We thank JP for his presentation. The next part of our program, and I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Cassie Barlow. Cassie is the president of the Strategic Ohio Council for Higher Education, and she has done an excellent job of organizing two important panels with a broad representation from our community, and so we're going to get started with the first panel. Cassie.
Thank you so much, Bill, and good morning, everyone. I'm really proud to have been part of the planning team for our forum today and to have a strong relationship with First Suburbs. As you've heard several times now, First Suburbs is focused on facilitating a regional focus on opportunities and challenges that affect the quality of life in our local communities. So we're here today to share, to learn from each other, and to potentially come up with more ways that we can work together for the betterment of our community. So with this said, our planning committee felt strongly about pulling together multiple companies to share best practice and challenges around attraction and retention. So I think you're going to be very, very impressed with this group of folks in front of you, and then the second group of folks we're going to put in front of you today. We have pulled experts together from across the community to talk about these two very important topics for our economic development, attraction and retention. And to lead our first discussion, I'd like to introduce my colleague and my friend, Julie Sullivan, who is the Executive Vice President of Regional Development at the Dayton Development Coalition. Julie, thank you so much for leading our attraction panel today. And thank you to all of our guest experts today. We appreciate no pressure. We appreciate you all being with us today. And I will turn it over to Julie at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this morning. Welcome to today's forum. Again, my name's Julie Sullivan. I'm Executive Vice President for Regional Development with the Dayton Development Coalition. And today I get the pleasure of serving alongside these amazing professionals as they share their unique perspectives on talent recruitment in the Dayton region. You heard JP Nauseef talk about the variety of solutions that Jobs Ohio in particular offers in regards to attracting, retaining, and growing talent across Ohio, truly leveraging offensive, defensive, perimeter, and post-up strategies. I'm also a basketball fan, so I really loved his analogy. This panel will primarily focus on the offensive strategies to attract talent, but truly it takes a full court approach to achieve success. We really all do know how critically important talent and skilled workforce is to the success of our region. It's proving out in some of the research that we're doing and public engagement as part of our process to develop a community economic development strategy for the region, what we call the CEDS. And this event is going to be another great opportunity for us to gather additional inputs for that particular planning process. A shameless plug really quickly that if you have not yet been involved in this process, we'd love your input. And I should have thought to bring cards, but I do have one with a QR code that I'll have at my table. If anybody wants to stop by and scan this really quickly, we do still have some public input that we'd like to gather as part of this process, so please let me know. So our time today is really brief. 45 minutes really isn't much for a panel discussion, and we have a lot of really great information to share. So I want to jump right into introducing our panelists. I won't review their biographies because those are available on the website, the event website. So I just simply ask that they each take a minute to tell you their respective role in talent attraction before I begin with some specific questions. So first, Ms. Becky Schroeder with CareSource.
Hello, my name is Becky Schroeder. Like she said, I'm Vice President Talent Strategy, and what that means at CareSource now is I help with both offense and defense. I have talent acquisition, talent management, and talent development under my care so that we can do the entire strategic plan for our talent.
Good morning, Scott Murphy. I'm with the Downtown Dayton Partnership. Appreciate the opportunity to be part of the panel this morning on such an important subject. The DDP, we are the downtown-focused economic development organization. We are the folks waking up every morning thinking about downtown and how to make our downtown stronger. And certainly our role in this is providing that sort of quality of place, that vibrant center city that we know is very important to attracting and retaining talent in our region, and sort of that walkable urban lifestyle that so many are looking for. So that's our role in this whole process.
Good morning. I don't have my eyeglasses on, so I really can't see you. So maybe that's a good thing. So, I'm Eric Collins. I'm the director of Montgomery County's Community and Economic Development. And, it's kind of the sum of the parts. So, business development, trying to bring new investment into the area. And it's all a team. It's us against the world, including the talent attraction. So my role, sometimes it might be to lead, sometimes, and I mean our team at Montgomery County, sometimes it's going to be follow and supporting our efforts in talent attraction.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Billy Luceni Baker. I'm Vice President of Human Resources for Support Services at Premier Health. So what are support services? That includes our compensation and benefits department, our human resource information systems, organizational effectiveness, and last but certainly not least, talent acquisition. So as you can imagine, in the healthcare space today, our jobs and the challenges that we face are unlike any in my career and in the careers of most individuals, even the most seasoned that I work with at Premier Health. And I'm sure that my colleagues in the room from other healthcare organizations would agree when I say that the attraction and retention of talent right now in healthcare is probably more important than it ever has been in our history. So also very thrilled and honored to be part of this panel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Rhino. I'm the Vice President for Strategic Enrollment Management at the University of Dayton. The university, we're really in the talent attraction business, attracting students to our campus every year. In an annual basis, we will interact digitally with hundreds of thousands of families, and we'll host in our city almost 10,000 visiting families each year. So it's really a privilege to be here with you. In my role, I oversee the recruitment and admission functions for the university. I oversee the financial aid function, as well as part of our marketing effort. So really excited to connect with all of you today.
Great, thanks all of you. This is going to be a really nice variety of perspectives on the topic, so we'll jump right in. So I think maybe I'll start with Billy, if you don't mind. In our prep conversation last week, you mentioned needing to leverage new and different strategies to engage candidates, a growing importance of developing what you referred to as career pathways. Tell us more what you mean by that, and really who you have in mind, what types of candidates. I'm wondering if there are opportunities for all levels in the organization, maybe high school students in particular?
Great question. We have always in the healthcare industry seen shortages in our skilled workforce. So our registered nurses, our respiratory therapists, our surgical technologists. But today we are experiencing shortages and challenges across all levels of our organization, from entry level all the way up to even some executives. So what we have focused on, and I will just say, probably the buzzword that we have used in the last year and a half as a result of the COVID pandemic has been the need to pivot. So each year we do a strategic plan as it relates to attracting talent in our recruitment strategies. And we have probably pivoted more times in the last year than we have in the last 5 to 10 years. One of those pivots has to do with really focusing on creating very intentional career pathways for individuals. There are so many opportunities in healthcare. A lot of people, particularly in high school, maybe even in college, think that hospitals are staffed with physicians and nurses, and I don't want to do either one of those things, so healthcare must not be for me. And that is so not the case. There are so many opportunities across so many disciplines, whether you like direct patient care or you don't, or you like something in between. And so what we're focusing on is really being intentional and having a laser light focus on creating pathways that individuals can use to enter our organization and then grow in partnership with our academic partners and our organizational growth and opportunities. Grow in a career. It's not just about a job. There are so many different opportunities that offer varying levels of compensation and benefits depending on what interests individuals, but really focusing on partnering with our academic institutions, not just in the region, but across Ohio, to be intentional again about building those pathways so that we can take to the community members, to high schools, and even to people that may already have started college. We can take to them, here's all the opportunities that we have, and here, more importantly, is how you get there. Because so often people don't know, well, how do I get to that place? So what are all the places to get to, and then what's the roadmap? And so we're really focusing on building that roadmap so that people know all of the opportunities.
That's great. And maybe we'll transition to Jason, if you want to talk a little bit about how you see UD's role in developing some of those career pathways and really connecting with employers like Premier.
Yeah, thank you for that. And for us, it's really about pathway illumination as well. And so thinking about the viewpoint of a 18-year-old and all the things that they're trying to manage in collaboration with their parents. And thinking about it from a competitive dimension as well. So how do we stand out as a private Catholic Marianist university in the Dayton region when in Ohio alone there's 180 competing degree providers? The first question increasingly out of our parents' mouths is, what's the ROI? And the ROI for us is delivered in transparent articulation of the value we provide as a university, differentiated from our competitors, that connects to an exciting opportunity for lifetime growth, but also increasingly specifics around career and skill development. So we're focused on, in a similar way, bringing transparency to the pathway from that point of sitting in our offices, it's meeting with a family that's dealing with high school and the complexities there, to envisioning themselves raising a family in our community. And so for us, it's really about articulation digitally, first and foremost, introduce families to the university, and then living that value in the way we treat our families. But increasingly, it's through partnerships that bring exciting pathways. So a couple examples. Our UD Sinclair Academy, over 70 articulated pathways to a 4-year degree from the University of Dayton at a half-price opportunity for families, expanding access overnight. The joint Bachelor of Science in Nursing program that we've begun with Sinclair to meet local job demands in an area of high need. The partnerships we have with local high schools to provide access to low-income students who otherwise wouldn't see their future at a university like UD. And now connecting those graduates to local law firms so that we can bring and keep diverse lawyers in our city, which is of significant need. These are just a few examples, but it begins with a clear, differentiated articulation digitally, living that value proposition in the way that we treat our families, and then connecting them increasingly through key partners toward opportunity. That's really the strategic model that we thrive off of at UD.
That's great, thank you. And I would think that as a university, it's important for there to be a thriving community to wrap around that, to make the opportunity for the student and their family that much more attractive, help them understand what job opportunities may be available. So my next question, kind of along this same thread, is for Scott. So the Downtown Dayton Partnership, very unique organization in that the mission is to specifically grow economic activity and vibrancy for downtown Dayton. So talk to us about how you see that mission playing a role in helping to attract and retain talent, not just for Dayton, but really for the entire region.
Thanks, Julie. I think that, that really gets to the heart of why we do the work that we do. You look at sort of the resurgence that has happened in cities over the last 30 years. It was the Manhattans and the Chicagos, and then it was the mid-sized cities. And, we've certainly seen this revitalization happening in our downtown really over the last 10 years. And it has been driven by sort of the sea change in the way people want to live and be able to make these easy transitions between work and free time. And there's lots of studies on a real estate side of this that walkability is driving residential and commercial real estate. There's significant premiums for those real estate in other cities, and it's reflective of what the demand is in the market. And so we know that by continuing to invest in our downtown, we are the one neighborhood, we are the one city that everybody shares. We are the regional asset. And so as we continue to try and build momentum for our downtown, it's really about creating that sort of walkable lifestyle, rich in amenities. My background on this subject, when I was a little younger in this conversation, I was involved in Dayton, which has been focused on young talent attraction, retention. A lot of the work that we were doing was focused on the urban core because that's what we were hearing from the folks that we were engaging with, that investing in our downtown was going to be important to keeping them here, for them to see a life here. And so that this continued momentum in downtown it's really about sort of supporting this regional strategy for talent attraction, retention. And we're excited to sort of take it to another level here with the engagement of the University of Dayton in the arcade. It's been fun seeing the students walking around downtown here for the last 2 weeks. There are 22 classes happening in the arcade right now, and so you think about students in the engineering department, in the karate center, the entrepreneurship program, some of the most talented students at the university walking out to 80-some companies that are in the arcade, some of our startups, some of our most talented small business owners in the community. You get really excited about the partnerships that can happen out of that, the collisions that could happen out of that, and what it could lead to for talent for our community moving forward.
So again, kind of on the same thread, Becky, we talked a little bit last week about mobility within CareSource and leveraging that as a recruitment tool. So we've talked about attracting folks into the organization, the strength of university partnerships, creating a sense of place that people want to be part of. So now talk to us a little bit about investing in people and how that creating that career development opportunity really does help you attract folks into the CareSource organization.
Thanks so much. I think, you guys have all said amazing, and I echo a lot of what these folks up here have said. Starting with the idea of how do we attract talent, it does start with our students, and we even heard that at the beginning. Our young people are deciding in high school and early college. So working with a UD, a Wright State, a Sinclair, to create, what we're doing right now is a tech writer co-op program or a tech writer intern, to create those opportunities where they can connect. And then as, I'm sorry, not Cassie, but Billy was saying, the idea of having that pathway that you can go within, you start in one place in the organization, but you can go in multiple places and your career can grow with you. And then finally, it's, as you were just saying about the walkability of Dayton, the Dayton region, someone asked me once, what's the advice for Dayton? What do you say? And I said, keep being Daytonians, because the collaboration here, the fact that we bring people in Dayton, we have so many people in CareSource who have come from different areas of the country and even of the world, and they come to Dayton and they find a home. And so this whole other aspect for CareSource is great. We have you. We've got you inside our walls. We want to see you grow and change and live at CareSource and in Dayton in a way that is prosperous for you and prosperous for our whole community. And so that's what we're striving to do right now is where do we create those pathways? And I'll give you an example. There's a gentleman who works for me. He came from another organization here in Dayton as part of a layoff. And he said, I left a job there, but when I came to CareSource, I got a career. And through that, he came in a technical position in our operations center, but he now works in recruiting because his skill sets were aligned to recruiting. And he's a fantastic leader. So the fact that we can find ways to not just look at somebody's talent today, but their strength for tomorrow is what we're trying to build on. And that's where you get both. We talk about the offense and the defense. We get both the offense of attracting, bringing them in, and we get the defense of that retention, of having that story where they can be a part of it. That is, in this candidate-centered market, because they're the ones who kind of have the ball right now. It's a candidate-centered market. In this market, the win themes are, am I going to have a career here? Am I going to have a place to work, live, and grow that I appreciate? And am I going to really see myself contributing with purpose? And I think that's something that CareSource offers in spades, is the idea of healthcare with heart, and we contribute to a purpose. So I think when you know your win themes and know what these candidates are looking for, you build your strategies for both attracting talent and retaining talent toward those themes. And each organization will do their own, but Dayton's amazing, because look at this collaboration. And that's what's going to have Dayton area. That's a win theme for Dayton.
So Eric, as a community leader in economic development, your first priority is to provide that support to Montgomery County's existing high-value employers, similar to the ones that are on stage today. The companies who've made their home in the Dayton region, they lean on you to help them continue to grow over time. One of the foundational activities in economic development is what we call business retention and expansion visits. So give us an overview of BRE and how you leverage that activity to provide value back to private sector employers to help them with their talent attraction efforts.
Thank you, Julie. So I think BRE, business retention and expansion, is really a foundational tool in economic development, because obviously we need to keep what we have and grow what we have. In the private sector, for those of you who may be in the private sector, you understand how important it is to retain your customers. You understand how important it is to go after new customers too. You have to do that. So we kind of have a mindset with our business retention program, Business First, which all the communities here are part of the program. It's a program that's been around since 2001, and 10,000 companies have been visited in a 5-county area, connecting resources to companies to provide value to them. And I think the big thing with Business First is that we leverage that program, the knowledge and the understanding. We listen to businesses and where are their pain points. And we try to move ourselves as economic development professionals on the other side of the conference room table when we're meeting with a CEO and trying to put ourselves in his or her shoes. And how can we provide value or vitamins or painkillers to that business so that they can be globally competitive, whether it is in the typical financing, if it's in building permitting process, if it's talent attraction. How can we provide value? So we're not the subject matter experts. We're like the general doctor. We listen, and then we have these subject matter experts like Pathways to Prosperity or at Learn to Earn or ESC, who are really trying to build that supply chain for talent. It's developing tools through roundtables, listening, developing or improving talent recruitment programs that are in place that we will support our partners. And let me give you an example. So one of the things, Julie, that we had a business first roundtable with several small and mid-sized companies. And one of the things that we heard from the CEOs of these companies, it was in Miamisburg at the Mound several years ago, was that they would fly in candidates to Dayton, to a company, and they would interview the individual. They may go to dinner, and then they get on a plane, and then they leave. So here's an example of how we listened, and then we enhanced a program to the credit of the community at the Dayton Coalition and Right Pat from the Community Pride Initiative, which was a concierge program to help bring talent from Brooks Air Force Base and other places to Dayton, Ohio. And it was a very big success. So that playbook was there. It was how do we connect talent? How do we show and promote the quality of life here in the Dayton region? To sell our community to those individuals. And so what we did was we did version 2.0. We created the Business First Relocation Program. And we partnered with the Dayton Board of Realtors. We partnered with the Downtown Dayton Partnerships and many other, the communities, so that when a company comes in and they do the interview, we're able to activate the Business First Relocation Program, spend a couple of hours, find out what that individual or that family who's looking to locate to our area, where are their pains? What are their drivers? And then basically customize a tour for that individual. And I'll give you an example of how we've used it. We've used it for some of those existing businesses. We've used it for companies like Wilmer Hale, who just over 10 years ago, they made a decision to come to the Dayton area because they saw an opportunity here. And we had to show how we would get talent existing, but how can we attract new talent? And so we used that program. We used it for a company called NDC, Brian Chakowski, maybe it's a different name now, but they're in Huber Heights. They ended up moving people from Los Angeles, and we partnered with DDC, Business First, and it was a success. They ended up bringing individuals from Los Angeles here. So I kind of have the mindset with all this talent attraction and using our business retention to listen to our customers and then develop programs that make sense to help them.
That's great, Eric. I love to hear examples of where we're leveraging all of the amazing assets and resources that we have across the region to be all in this together. I really do think that economic development and workforce development, talent attraction, all of it is a team effort. So that's great to hear. Becky, I want to come back to you. So CareSource on this unbelievable path of growth. It's really quite amazing to follow the progress. Clearly, you must have recruiting needs at all levels of the organization. What are some of those areas of business with the most significant recruiting needs, and how you manage attraction of talent with such a wide variety of needs?
It's a great question, and yes, there's a wide variety of needs and almost every level as well. So what we do, one thing that we're doing right now is working through with each of our business leaders strategy plans on what talent they need, what does it look like, what are the skill sets, and so forth. I would say our biggest right now clearly is going to be clinical. You know that, Billy, and IT. IT, because in this world of remote work and remote kind of process, we need stronger digital platforms, which CareSource has amazing digital platforms and an amazing clinical platform, but those are the talents that right now I think are probably in our biggest need area. But we have to look at this, or at least at CareSource, the way that we look at this is how do we not just determine where we need to attract experienced talent, those who bring kind of that years of experience and tenure, but also where can we use new talent, those students, and grow them, and where can we borrow some talent? Where do we do some contracting and so forth? Because there's a fair amount of contracting that we can do, or delegated work we can do. So it's really in determining that mix that we're really striving to understand what that need is, and then working with folks throughout this region, and then other regions where we have contractual obligations, whether it be in the various states that we serve, our different markets, we'll have different needs in each one of those. So it's a little bit of a puzzle. I think you guys all can relate to that. It's a little bit of a puzzle that you put together, but that puzzle's really, a fun thing to see as it comes together, and then we really do work with as many entities as we can in each local region to help us do that attraction and that retention, those retention efforts. Did that answer the question?
Absolutely. That's great. So Billy, clearly the healthcare field has experienced some pretty significant changes in the last 12 to 18 months. What do workforce shortages look like for a health system right now? Is it all clinical? And what types of strategies are you prioritizing to really cultivate interest in careers in healthcare?
Sure. So certainly if you've done any amount of research or following the news, one of the challenges that healthcare is facing is that clinicians in particular who have worked throughout the pandemic on the front line are just exhausted. And many have opted to leave. And not just leave an organization, but leave the profession. Some have perhaps gone to do, let's say, nursing at other organizations, outpatient facilities, those that don't require inpatient work or acute work on nights or weekends or holidays. So certainly, I think if I had to pick one, nurses who have just been absolutely critical throughout the pandemic are ones that we need to continually not only attract, but also re-recruit back to the healthcare field, because so many of them have just experienced things that they have never experienced in their lifetime, nor would they have ever predicted, nor could we have ever predicted. So clinicians certainly, but we also, as I alluded to earlier, are seeing a lot of competition in the entry-level space. So whether it's Chewy or Amazon or Target, everyone is competitive as it relates to pay, certainly in other aspects as well. Whether you're a nurse or a non-clinician, administrative person, entry-level, individuals want flexibility. So right now, what we're seeing in the candidate-centric environment that we're living in is folks want safety and security first and foremost. They want flexibility in their work schedules, the ability to work from home for those who can, and they want internal mobility that Becky was talking about, and they want it faster than they ever have before. So almost immediately upon starting, individuals are looking at the next best thing. And internally, if we don't have it, they'll go out and find it somewhere else. So pretty much ditto to what Becky said, creating individual strategic plans for all of those different job categories to ensure that we are able to meet the needs of the current workforce, because they're very different than what they were a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's very different. It's changing, and it will probably be different 3 months from now, quite frankly. So back to the pivot, continually looking at what do we need to do at this time to attract our workforce. I think it's probably harder than it ever has been before right now, as a result of what's happened in the last couple years, to do long-term strategic planning. Certainly you can do it, and we do it to the best of our ability, but because things change outside of our control, that in and of itself is becoming more complicated and more difficult. But all of the things that we've talked about, the candidate-centric market, opportunities across all job disciplines, and just making sure that when we are recruiting individuals, we know what they want, and we have to be able to give it to them.
That's great. So, Becky, back to you really quickly. So, one of the other things we talked about is, the concept of employee turnover, which Billy alluded to. Clearly, there's a lot of that going on in healthcare right now, unfortunately, and it's not something that any of us want to have to deal with, but it is a reality. So, are there lessons to be learned when employees leave CareSource or Premier Health or even University of Dayton that you can leverage to improve moving forward?
There's always lessons to be learned. I mean, I think people leave organizations for a variety of reasons, and really doing those exit surveys that, so the HR business partner team does not sit in my part of the organization, but under my counterparts, but listening and being a part of that, and listening to what they say in our retention surveys. And one point I didn't bring up, but we're hearing loud and clear, both in attraction and in the turnover, the exit surveys, is really that focus and that intent focus that we're doing on diversity, equity, and inclusion is really, really critical right now. We've had multiple people when we interview ask about that, and luckily we have a good news story at CareSource that we've really ramped up multiple different employer resource groups, really put some emphasis on that. But those exit surveys tell us what the heart of the employee is really looking for, and how their heart is changing. And right now, I guess I'm seeing this. I'd be curious, the other panelists, what you guys are seeing, and even others. What we're seeing is this dichotomy right now, in that our senior leaders in this world of change and transformation with the pandemic, senior leaders are looking for control, and a part of their way to control is, how do we get people back in? How do we get business as usual? Because they know what to do there. On the flip side, our families, our employees are looking for control, and their control is defined by, I want to be able to live at home, I've got young children, I can't have daycare, right? So because in change, people often look for control, understanding, support, and purpose. And so they're trying to do, and it's a dichotomy right now. So listening to our employees, and then encouraging our business leaders to listen and hear what they're saying as well, so that we can find that happy divide, that happy bridge, that happy balance between the needs of the business and the needs of the employees. That's what I think is a lot for employee retention, for our engagement surveys, life cycle surveys, exit surveys, whatever you want to call them. That's really the important thing right now to help our retention of folks.
That's so interesting, and I think Jason, I want to come back to the university, because we often hear under Dr. Spina's leadership, hear him talk about the University of Dayton being the university of and for Dayton, and personally, being a UD grad, I don't necessarily feel like traditionally that's been necessarily the philosophy of the school, where come one, come all, come here, get a great education, and then go out in the world and prosper. But really that intentional focus on, as a university that's bedded in this community, how do you be part of it? How do you give more access to the university from the community? So can you talk a little bit about how that impacts recruiting and what it looks like in terms of how the shift in the student population looks?
Yeah, thanks so much. This has changed so fast in the last 5 years, thanks to President Spina's vision and leadership. I mentioned a couple of the partnership opportunities earlier that are really driving access for local talent to stay in our city and be educated and then to become employees. The UD Sinclair Academy, we've educated 400 students through the partnership. 62% of those students stay in a 50-mile radius as employees. That's relative to 16% of our overall student population staying in this region. And so it really is critical for all of us that we continue to pay attention to ways that we can keep local young talent here from an education pipeline perspective, but also as an employer. And so I think the one thing I would encourage all of us to consider is the university and some of the criticism that Julie pointed to. If you go back 15 years ago, I've been at UD 18 years, our strategic emphasis was on becoming a national player. And in many ways we are. We're a national Catholic research institution. We're one of the largest private universities in the nation, one of the top 50. We're the largest private in Ohio. But if you look at the data and the trends, we're more local now than we ever have been in terms of volume. And this has happened just, as I said, in the last 5 years. So we've doubled the proportion of our undergraduate student population coming from the local suburbs areas, as well as from underrepresented backgrounds just in the last 5 to 6 years. We're proud of that. We need to make this more known. Part of making that more known is keeping this local talent here. And so I think a key, really, I hear challenge, but to me it's opportunity. We have, every year at UD, we graduate over 2,000 graduates at all levels across many domains of talent and expertise. We're only keeping, as I said, 16% of those overall in this region. I think the opportunity really is to try to notch that up. Increasingly, students are seeing the vibrancy of our city, the vibrancy of our culture, the vibrancy of our park system. They're increasingly looking for access to resources that enhance their personal wellness. They're increasingly looking for a sense of belonging. They feel that when they're here. They want to stay here. All that we need to do is provide the opportunities for them to commit to a lifetime in Dayton, as opposed to maybe going back home to Chicago or Louisville or Pittsburgh. We can do that. I see it as opportunity in light of the challenges. They're real. But I would contend that we can do better than 16%.
That's great, and clearly this is, as JP said, full court press. Lots of different initiatives and strategies need to be part of the solutions we develop. So Scott, I want to come back to you. We've all kind of seen cities target what we call boomerang talent, people that are from here, maybe move away for a period of time, but for whatever reason, and a lot of time it's because of family, tend to migrate back to the community. And that's actually part of Jobs Ohio's strategy that you heard JP talk about. At this point, it may just be anecdotal, but we do hear stories of people doing this that are from the Dayton community or from our neighboring communities, especially with a lot of the changes that are taking place in the city and our communities in general as our region continues to grow. Do you see this as a viable opportunity for talent re-recruitment to Dayton?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think that value proposition around a program like that has gotten stronger and stronger as the city and the community. I mean, you just think about how much Dayton has changed over the last 15 years. The psyche of the city is night and day different in terms of how we're feeling about how this community is going. And I think for someone who left here maybe to go to college or take a job somewhere else and has family ties here, it is anecdotal, but we hear it fairly frequently. My kid came back from college and couldn't believe how different the city is. They went out downtown or went out to some entertainment area and had so much fun, and all that wasn't there when they left. Or maybe it was there and they just didn't know it was there, right? And so there are numerous examples around this where cities have targeted boomerang talent and those folks that have family ties here and are more likely to come back. I think so much of what we struggle with, and we're not anywhere near the only city that struggles with this, is just general perceptions of what's happening here. And one of our downtown employers always likes to say, in terms of trying to encourage people to come here, kicking and screaming on the way in, kicking and screaming on the way out. And so much to Eric's point about really providing a complete experience to people who are considering a relocation to Dayton, so much of it is just getting them here and getting them to experience what's here, what's accessible, and I think our value proposition around this, as the city has gotten stronger and stronger, is more compelling. And then you think about all these affordability challenges in other cities and the kind of lifestyle you can have here, the disposable income you can have here, the amenities you can get here. It's really a compelling package. And then what I think is even sort of the kicker is it's a size city that we often hear from young people this desire to have an impact, to be able to shape the city that they're in. And I think the more we can connect people to opportunities like that, so not only from a lifestyle perspective, but also from a career value proposition perspective, I think we definitely have something to offer as a city.
Fantastic. So we're coming up on time, and I kind of want to put something out, ask a question that offers up, how do we leverage the fact that we're all together today. So Eric, I'll ask you, JP, again, talked about the collaborative approach to economic development. I've heard the word collaboration used by, I think, every panelist this morning. And in my opinion, I think that collaboration is something that this region does extraordinarily well. It's one of the things that makes us really unique. Our audience today is made up of partners, city and county representatives, educators, employers, nonprofits, everyone. And so, Eric, what do you need from the people in the audience today? How can our audience, how can our attendees play a role in talent attraction for this region?
I think a growth mindset is essential. We want West Carrollton to be successful in their redevelopment. We want Miamisburg to be successful. We want downtown Dayton and Kettering to be successful in Centerville. Why is that important? We want Tip City to be relevant and important because that's going to help us sell this region, not just Montgomery County, but this region. We want to see companies, existing companies, be successful in talent attraction. And with all of you, all the elected officials, city managers, and so forth, townships, working together, having a crisp message, a focused mission on improving the quality of life of your community, whatever that may be, whether it's facade improvement programs, restaurant, whatever it is, whitewater rafting, you need to focus on that and execute, and then that's going to help us. It's going to help CareSource, it's going to help Premier and UD and many, many others attract because we're selling that quality of life that Scott and really I think everyone was talking about. So focus, and a succinct message.
I love it. How about one more perspective? Billy, what do you think?
Ditto. I couldn't have said it any better. This has to be a collective movement. I think that's the best way that I can use to describe it. I am so excited about the data that was presented earlier from Jeff and Jennifer and JP's presentation. I learned about some programs that I wasn't aware of, and I think that it's become obvious today that not any one of us can do this alone. We all have to do this together, or we won't be able to sustain it. Perhaps we could create it, but I don't think that we would be able to sustain it. So collective movement is going to be my vote here.
Awesome. So 1 minute. Anybody by chance have a question from the audience?
I haven't heard a lot from the attraction standpoint about targeting those individuals and bringing them home. So thoughts on how we might do that in terms of beyond an educational side, but just identifying them, because somehow they are identified through JP and whatnot. But just some thoughts on that, perhaps.
Yeah, I think for us, the way we look at that is our plethora of graduate programs in particular oftentimes will draw a somewhat local basis back as young people go through a career change. And so increasingly our DPT program, our PA program, increasingly online offerings that we have in our business program are attracting these boomerang families back to UD. Even though they're online, they tend to come back and become part of the region. So that's one avenue, is that graduate and professional education lens.
I mean, I think one advocate we have in this are the parents that want to have their grandkids here. So I think there's a lot to be gained in terms of working with families in the region around a strategy like this.
That's an interesting point you make, because I actually think you'll hear a little bit more about that in our next panel. So that's a great place to end. Thank you to our panelists so much for the great input. Thanks to the audience for being part of it. And if it wasn't loud and clear, I'll reiterate that we are all in this together. So you do have homework to be part of making this region wildly successful and making sure that we continue to grow in terms of talent long into the future so we're successful. Thank you.
I'd like to add my thank you to Julie and to our panel. I hope everyone wrote down a lot of the insights that they've learned this morning, because there were quite a few. So thank you all for joining us today, and thank you for those insights. We know that we are standing between you and lunch, so this is going to be a very, very exciting panel for you. And we also know, through many great philosophers who have said this in the past, that the best defense is a great... Thank you. We didn't even practice that. So, clearly, attraction and retention work together, right? So you're going to see that as we talk through retention today, specifically on this panel. And we once again have some awesome experts from across the region. Once again, no pressure. So let me start with just some of the tidbits that I took away from that previous panel. And so the importance of university, and I'll throw in high school partnerships as well, critical. The importance of pointing out career pathways and clearly differentiating value, and what is that value proposition. So Eric, key point there. Talking about the regional core and a walkable community, and listening to businesses. And really, that's what we're here to do today. That's what it's really all about, is listening to businesses and their needs. Stressing safety and security and flexibility and internal mobility. All of those things are incredibly important for our employees in the world that we live in today. And we absolutely cannot leave out diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the importance of those in our city and in our region and in our companies. And then last but not least, having a growth mindset. How do we continue to think about how we grow as a region, and specifically in our wording today, how we grow our talent across the region. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to start with Stephanie here and introduce Stephanie to you, and then we're going to go down the panel, and everybody's going to talk about, they're going to tell us who they are, and they're going to talk a little bit from the wave tops, I've told them, from the 50,000 foot view. What are some of the things you're working on from a retention standpoint? So Stephanie, go ahead and kick us off. This is Stephanie Kyneth, who is the VP for Strategic Initiatives at the Dayton Chamber of Commerce.
Great, thanks, Cassie, and hello, everyone. I know, based on the look on your faces, you were as excited to me as me to see some of the data this morning. I thought that was such a good way to kick off today and really give us some context for our conversations. I am from the Dayton Area Chamber of Commerce. We are a regional chamber of commerce. We cover or serve 9 counties. And that gives us a pretty large footprint. That represents about 2,200 businesses across those 9 counties. And as you've heard today, and you'll hear from my counterparts on this panel, talent is the #1 issue that we hear from all of our businesses, regardless of size, regardless of industry, regardless of age of their business. It is absolutely critical. Not only now, I mean, it's been critical for a while, but especially as we look at the current environment that we find ourselves in, that churn, that turmoil is being very, very deeply felt. I think that, we're all aware of what a high cost turnover is. And so when we talk about not only sort of the tangible cost and it being, studies say it could be 1.5 to 2 times the amount of an employee's salary in order to replace that person. So there's certainly that sort of tangible market benefit. But we have to look at the cost on culture. And I've had more conversations on culture in the last 2 years than I have in my entire 15-year career at the Chamber. Businesses are really, really paying attention to culture. They're looking at it certainly through the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion that we talked about. They're looking at it in terms of how important it is to their retention efforts, having a strong culture. And so I think we'll get more into that, but I wanted to kind of start there. For the Dayton Chamber, we really look at our work in sort of 2 buckets. We look at it from a programmatic standpoint, and so you saw a little bit about our Generation Dayton program, which is a wonderful program. I actually want to highlight one of our steering committee members, Carlina. If you want to raise your hand. If you want to learn more about the program, absolutely talk to her or me. It's a great program to help retain young professionals in the region. We have our Leadership Dayton program. I know many of you are current members or alumni in that program. That's another program that's a huge priority, about 45 years old. Lots of communities have it, but it is what I think exposes our leaders to what is important about our community, and so they take that back to their organizations, and it makes us stronger overall. There's lots of other programs I could mention, but I want to get to the other bucket, which is the policy side. So if we look at programs, we're also looking at policy. And so tackling issues on behalf of our members, like the digital divide, we talked a little bit about that this morning, issues with childcare as it relates to workforce retention, specifically for our female workers, looking at policies around diversity, equity, inclusion. How do we make sure that our companies have the best, most diverse talent pools to choose from to promote internally? And we're continually looking at how do we reframe our lens in all of the work we do to be more inclusive. Looking at issues around immigration, looking at issues around how do we work with our veteran community, looking at lots of different, another one I wanted to highlight is working with our restored citizen population. We are working with our employers on a daily basis to show them that there are a lot more resources available to them than they may be aware of. And there may be specific needs for these populations that we need to help our businesses navigate. But we know that Dayton is very rich, has a very rich talent pool, and we want to make sure that our businesses are able to tap into that. So I'm going to stop there because I could talk for another 2 hours, but I will
Awesome.
turn it over.
Thank you, Stephanie. We're going to turn it over to Adele Johnson-Keeby, who is the Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer at Dayton Children's Hospital. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Adele Johnson-Keeby. I am thrilled to have joined Dayton Children's Hospital in August. In this role, we need to have lunch because a lot of the things that you're working on, we are targeting those exact same things. This is going to sound crazy, but I'm actually very happy for COVID because it's forced employers to really stop and take a very hard look at what are we doing? Why are you rock stars? What is it that makes you so great? What is it about your culture that makes your employees want to stay? And so we are really focusing on that very message. What makes Dayton Children's great? How do we really put those cultural components out there for our patients, for our communities, for our employees, so everybody knows this is what makes us great. You see the little whirly gig, I love this. You know, everybody is a pilot. Everybody is involved in flying and being their absolute best. So for sure, that is a centerpiece of my work right now. Also looking at standing up some of those really, really important programs, benefits, total rewards, making sure how we engage with our leaders, how those leaders engage with their employees. All of those programs are very, very intentional with the focus on DEI, all of those key components, making sure that we're really, really intentional and forward-thinking in terms of how we engage with our communities.
All right, so we're going over to Derek next. So Derek Morgan, welcome, is the VP of Human Resources at Kettering Health Network.
I just want to share a couple of things. You know, retention is incredibly important to us, and I want to give you a visual that you can have in your mind to help illustrate that point. Understanding where your highest turnover is a very important, you know, task. The gathering of information to help you make key business decisions, and the data we've had this morning will help us make good choices from a business perspective in the future. For us, a third of our workforce is a nurse. And a bedside nurse is incredibly important to us. And you heard this morning that a nurse is incredibly important. We've done the numbers, and it's over $50,000 when a bedside nurse decides that they will leave our organisation. So, did you know that a Model Y Tesla electronic vehicle, not the top of the range, but a really smooth looking vehicle, costs around about the same? So each time a bedside nurse leaves our organisation, it's like taking a Tesla to the tallest building in Dayton here and just dropping it off the edge. Oh, that visual is kind of painful. And so that's why it's incredibly important to us to put focused attention around where this will have the greatest impact. We also share some of the tactics, but retention is not a one and done. You know, hey, we marked that, check that off our list. It's an ongoing journey. So we like to truly start at the front end and hire for fit in the first place. So we do the behavioural interviews and peer interviews to try and get the right candidate at the front end. We listen very carefully to what they say in our engagement surveys, because it's incredibly important, the feedback they give us, because they tell us the things that are frustrating them, the things that are rewarding and joyful in their roles. And so we want to be an organisation that's trustworthy, that's transparent, that has integrity, because at the end of the day, people have choice to either stay or leave. And so we want to be that type of organisation that people want to stay. Listening to employees, we certainly want to, disrupt the exit process a little bit, and if we can retain them in some capacity, in a part-time or a per diem capacity, we'd like to hang on to them. We'd like to connect with our high performers periodically, because that boomerang concept is a very important one for us too. So there's several tactical things we do, but retention is where we need to be paying a lot of focused attention to impact the organisation in a positive way.
That's a pretty strong visual there, Derek. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry if I've ruined the day for...
It's okay. I know some people who actually want to do that with their Teslas, but and normally on a practice is not a good thing to do. So let's go over to Jared. Jared Ebbing is the Community and Economic Development Director of Mercer County. Welcome, Jared.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. As she said, I'm the Economic and Community Development Director up at Mercer County. We're up at the northern part of the Dayton region. And from an economic development perspective, my job is to focus on business attraction and retention. From the community development perspective, my job is to focus on the people attraction and retention. Because if we don't do that right, I'll be spinning my wheels on business attraction and retention. Nobody's going to come or stay if we don't focus on our people power. So we do that in a collaborative way with Darke County, Shelby County, and Auglaize County, our 4 regional partners up north. We focus on something that we created about 9 years ago, Hometown Opportunity. It's an initiative, it's a website, it's a program that we really, really focus on. When we talk about people retention, I'm looking at student retention. We graduate thousands of high school kids every year from our 4-county area. What are we doing deliberately to retain them? Even if they do boomerang and come back, either way, we have to retain that talent. It's our greatest asset as a region. And if we don't work hard to retain them in every way possible, then we've lost our greatest asset. So we focus on that religiously, really, all day, every day, focusing on that. Because at the end of the day, the lack of understanding or the lack of knowledge, when you talk to a high school student, if they don't know something exists, it doesn't exist in the world. They're focused on something else. And if they don't think an opportunity or a career or whatever exists in the area, they move on to something else. While the grass is greener, obviously, on the other side of the fence, in another state, in another region, because I don't know what exists here. So our focus is really on education of our high school students before they leave through this initiative. And so far, over the last 9 years, it has been very successful. We've retained a lot of young talent. We, like everybody else, has workforce issues. Over the last year and a half, we've historically had one of the lowest unemployment rates. So we focus on this to make sure that our companies have what they need and to make sure that the information is out there for the students via the website, via processes that we go through with our schools to make sure that every student that graduates from our high schools knows exactly what that opportunity is in their hometown. And if they still choose to leave, hey, more power to them. If they choose to leave and boomerang to come back, we at least got the knowledge into them versus the brain drain philosophy of, well, it doesn't exist, I'm out of here, nothing's here in my hometown, I'm leaving. And that asset leaving is a huge, huge deficit for a region. So that's the retention of workforce that we focus on all day, every day through that initiative.
Great, thanks so much, Jared. Appreciate it. Appreciate your thoughts. Okay, Rick, we're going to move over to you. So this is Rick Pierce. Welcome, and he is the President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce for Middletown, Monroe, and Trenton. So over to you.
Yep, thank you, Cassie. As she said, I'm Rick Pierce. I'm humbled to be up here. I have the longest name of any chamber in the state of Ohio, maybe within the country. Typically, when I go somewhere and the name's on the name tag, it doesn't fit, so I need 2 of them. But it's interesting. I'm going to probably give you a different perspective. When we started working in workforce development about 6 years ago, there was nobody in that space in our community, so we filled it. So we're trying to do everything. And it has absolutely driven me crazy over the past 6 years because nobody really understands it. There was no model. There was really nobody to turn to, and we've had to build this kind of from the bottom up. And if we got it right, we don't know. And if we got it wrong, we don't know. But we just keep trying. So I've had one member over the years that kept asking me, Rick, why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep doing this? And I said, Jim, I'm not finished yet. I said, I got to see the finish line. I don't know where this thing's going to go. So he said, well, I appreciate your tenacity on this. So next month will be our 8th year of doing Manufacturing Month. As some of you know, there's a huge manufacturing area down in Middletown, Monroe, and Trenton. We have some very large employers, very large members. We have to solve problems for them. One day didn't do it enough, so just October 1st does not fit everyone in, so we chose the whole month. We chose Fridays. If any member can do it on any other day, we do that. And we try to get our 900 graduating seniors with our 4 public high schools, our 2 private schools, a credit recovery school, and another school thrown in there that I'm not going to remember the name of. but we got to try to get all those kids through, and it's just, it's a challenge. We decided to play in the K through 12 space because before 2020, we knew where to find them. They were in the building. I don't know how to track, and Stephanie will tell you as a Chamber of Commerce, we don't track 19-year-olds. We don't know how to do that, but I know where to find all the K through 12s. So we're trying to not only talk to the high schools, but talk to the junior highs, as Jared just shared with you, about what the opportunity is around us. Yes, our employers need entry-level workers. Our employers also hire college graduates. They hire master's degrees, they hire PhDs. And that is a difficult idea to get across sometimes to our K through 12 educators when they say, which students do you want me to send to manufacturing month or healthcare month? I said, all of them. And they say, well, wait a minute, Rick, some of our kids are going to college. And I said, yes, I know that. All these employers are hiring college graduates. And what happens if the individual doesn't do real well there? The dropout rate within college is abysmal. And then the rate, especially where we are, of students going into post-secondary is worse as well. But more about that later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rick. So something I heard from several of you were the comments regarding employee engagement and culture. Adele, I want to dig into that a little bit further. So if you could help us do that. Talk a little bit, if you could, about some of the things you're doing around engagement. How are you really working to engage your employees and to work on that culture piece at Children's?
That's a great question, and I think it's a very pivotal one in terms of listening very intensely to your employees. I am very happy to report that our last engagement survey with our employees gave us some really positive results. We had very high participation, but one of the things that they told us very early in that process was, please give us more opportunities to advance. We need career advancement opportunities. We'll stay here. Our turnover is not a significant issue, but give us more opportunities, build those structures, build those career pathways so we have somewhere to go. And so that's where that engagement instrument helps inform you of that. I think another opportunity someone else mentioned is your exit surveys. A lot of managers get all upset, oh, my person's leaving. That's okay. If you have the right conversation with that person as they're walking out the door and ask them very thoughtfully and respectfully, why are you leaving? What did we do that fell short of what you were expecting in terms of your employee experience? I like to, consider them as alumni. As an example, I'm an alumni of Bones Mercy Health. I'm an alumni of HCA Healthcare. And I say those two employers very proudly because I earned a great deal of experience and knowledge through that experience. But how can we turn that experience for that person such that it's positive, it's building, it helps them to understand you came here and now you have the opportunity to move on and do something greater with your next employer. So teaching our leaders about, and that I think that is a cultural piece, teaching our leaders how to have that conversation with that exiting employee such that it is a positive conversation and that we want them to know we are proud of you, we are very grateful for your work here, and you're always welcome to return.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Adele. Derek, you talked a little bit about this ongoing journey, that retention is an ongoing journey. Can you talk more about that and talk about it from the perspective of the life cycle of an employee? What does that journey look like?
Certainly. What I guess I meant by the original statement is there is not a singular checked box thing that you do that would cure retention for that employee. You might have fixed that for the day or for the month or for the year. But it's truly understanding what drives employees, where they get their joy and reward from. Several people enter healthcare for the sense of purpose and mission that it brings. According to Daniel Pink's book Drive, autonomy, mastery, and purpose are real motivators for people. And if there are opportunities that keep hitting roadblocks to achieve those, people might say, hey, stick my head up, have a look around, what else is around in the organisation. I think, listening to the question and answer relative to engagement, building culture is incredibly important and an intentional thing that an organisation should take on. I know healthcare workers are incredibly fatigued over the last 12 to 18 months and are certainly reevaluating. So retention for us right now is trying to understand what is the greatest needs, and people are fatigued. They want a different work-life balance. They want to know nutrition and health, but they are still hanging in there for the sense of purpose and meaning that it brings. So truly, retention starts at the very beginning of an individual starting a workforce, the onboarding piece, the connection with their manager, and it's an ongoing piece throughout their entire time serving in your organisation.
Thank you, Derek. The importance of that intentionality and that purpose, ensuring that they understand their purpose and the need within the organization, definitely drives the retention. I'd like to move and build on that a little bit. Stephanie and Jared and Rick, if you guys could all comment on this one. You all work with thousands of employers. So, the value of partnerships we've talked about before and the value of collaboration. Talk to us about how you work with your employers and all of those companies that you work with every day to help with exactly the things that Derek and Adele just talked about. How do you help to drive that engagement, and how do you help enable them in their retention efforts?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great question, and certainly one that's appropriate for this room, because I look around and there's not a single table where I see someone that we aren't partnering with on this issue. And I think that's really important, and I think it's something that we cannot take for granted in Dayton. I think that is something that is a hallmark of our community, is unique to our community, and is certainly an asset. What I think is important about that question about really how do you help an employer access those resources is an understanding that internal culture is key, but it's not culture in a vacuum. So the idea that you are picking up an organization like Dayton Children's Hospital, I don't want to pick it up and put it anywhere in the country. I want Dayton Children's Hospital's culture to reflect Dayton, not only to reflect the people that make up Dayton, but to reflect what's important to our community. And I think the more that we can embed those opportunities for our businesses to really reflect that, and we do that by helping connect them to some of those partners that are doing this work, whether it is the K-12 school systems, the higher ed institutions, the many not-for-profit social service agencies that are in this space as well. It's important that in all of this, people feel within their culture, in their organization, connected to their work, but it's equally as important that they feel connected to the community, because as a Chamber of Commerce, I certainly want Dayton Children's to get all the talent they need, but if for some reason their talent leaves, I want to make sure that talent stays in Dayton. And so I think coming at it with that mindset is absolutely critical.
Jared, could you share your thoughts on the same topic?
Yeah, I think for us, it's going out to helping businesses, especially the HR managers, to become, in a sense, marketing experts. It's a tough job, but for them to market and us to help them create videos and content for these young people to know a little bit more about that company and their careers. I used to go into guidance counselors' offices all the time, and there were 1,000 brochures on every college in the world, but there wasn't a single brochure about any company in our area in those guidance counselors' offices. So trying to shift that, use our site and use the tools that we have to help the HR managers understand and the companies understand that they have to market who they are, what they do, the benefits of working for such a company, and really get that to these young people. These young people are inundated with metadata all day, every day. TikTok, Snapchat. I mean, it's crazy how much information is put to them. And if we're not doing a proactive job of getting this important information to them, it goes right past them. So creating content, creating things that are worthwhile for young people to know what's out there. Ms. Baker mentioned before, with healthcare, I can't tell you how many students I would talk to that we talk about healthcare, and they would say exactly what she said. Well, I don't want to be a nurse or a doctor, so that's not for me. It's like, do you know what else is out there? So again, creating that content. So helping our businesses become marketing not just their product anymore, but marketing who they are, what they do to these young people. And I can't believe I'm getting into this realm, but we're actually starting to talk about creating TikTok and Snapchat videos and 30-second hits, because 3 minutes is way too long for these kids to watch a video. 30 seconds is just right. So creating content, and again, I can't believe I'm talking to HR managers about creating a TikTok video for 30 seconds about what they do. That's, I think, the world we're in as far as trying to get to these young people and therefore retain, keep them here and get the knowledge into them so that we can retain them. So.
Great. Thank you, Jared. Thank you very much. Rick, over to you. What are your thoughts on the topic?
How much time do we have?
Not much.
Jared led to a good point. One of the things that I have found in talking with our members is the last 10, 15 years has been hard upon them because they haven't had to look or compete for a workforce. And we all know that we all have skills. We all have skill sets in a certain area, and of course those go across industries, so we can really go to any industry and work if we wanted to. So a lot of people don't get into manufacturing, which is a largest part of our membership, because it's dark, dirty, dangerous, and it's a dead end. Well, that's not true anymore. So trying to get the businesses to understand that you have to learn how to recruit. University of Dayton knows how to recruit. Ohio State University knows how to recruit. Florida State knows how to recruit. Our businesses don't know how to do that. So trying to put them in contact with somebody who does is quite a challenge. Letting them know that is probably the next thing they need to be doing is more of a challenge. And then letting them know that you need to get into the high schools and start talking to these kids about what your path was. Because a lot of the students today think that the job you have today, you started when you were 18. They don't know that there are steps to it, that it takes you to get to there. And certainly nobody ever grows up to be a chamber executive because it's not on the list anywhere. You just kind of fall into it. Right, Stephanie? And the next thing that I'd like to do with our schools and our businesses is get down into junior high. If we don't grow our own talent, nobody else is. I can't believe that there's somebody in Tucson, Arizona saying, you know what? When you finish here, I need you to move to Southwest Ohio because they got great opportunity and they got great humidity. That just doesn't work. So if they don't stay here, then where are we going to get it? We have to keep them here. So we try to do that with Manufacturing Month. We try to do that with Healthcare Month. There's another one I want to grow into with Monroe being in logistics, is Logistics Warehouse and Distribution Month, to get the students out, to get them to see what's out there. Some of the challenges are, obviously, with COVID, we're not having people in our facilities, and we're just now getting kids back to school, and now I'm asking them to leave school to go spend more time with business. I think that's important that we do that because they need to have a good understanding of what's next for them. And then we've got a new product out called Skills to Careers that I can get to a little bit later that logs the skills of individuals and the skills needed by business. So I can talk about that later. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. We need to sell the value of humidity for your skin, and then people will come here, right? No. Okay, so building partnerships, working together, collaborating as a community, and creating access to the community are some of the themes that I heard there. I want to take it to the next step, take it to the next level, and what can we do? How do you think, and we're just going to kind of go down the pathway here, how do you think we move Dayton forward in terms of talent retention? What are some things that we can do to move us to the next level around retention? Steph, can you kick us off?
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, the first thing that comes to mind is moving from that scarcity to the abundance mindset. I think being really aware, as Rick said, growing our own talent, but being really aware of what already exists here. I think, looking at the most recent census data, I don't know if we will ever be the population hub here in the Dayton region that some other communities are, but that's okay. And I think an understanding that we have these strengths and playing to them is critical. And then I honestly just want to echo again what my colleague Rick said. The idea that we wait until the latter part of high school to start talking about is crazy. And so I would argue we need to start from day one, in preschool, to have these kids start thinking about what they want to do. And from our perspective as an employer organization, making sure the employers are engaged from that early on. All those experiences look differently, and not every employer can be engaged all along that pipeline. But I think that's a really critical piece, and understanding we are ultimately creating our own workforce.
Absolutely. What do you think, Adele?
I think COVID, again, impacted us as humans in a very significant way, in that everybody kind of scurried into their corner and everybody was just, focused on their own individual safety. And I think that happened in the employer space as well, meaning that there was much less collaboration initially. I think we're getting better at, well, where's my neighbor? How do I go and look? How do I help someone with their particular challenge? And so I think this conversation here, this meeting here, is an indication that we are all moving in the right direction, right? That we understand that we need each other as employers, we need each other as community partners, we need each other as humans, I'll say it again, in order for us to all move everyone forward. Everybody wants high schoolers, kindergartners, we all want them to be successful, right? We had those people in our backgrounds who helped us along the way to be successful. And so what I would like to see, again, how many times have we said collaboration? Good Lord, does anybody keep track? That's, I think the key is to really have very outward, frank conversations, transparent conversations about where are we? How do we see ourselves as employers? What is our reputation as employers? And how can we come to the table in a very, very transparent way so that we all can benefit from this? I'm going to point out my partners at Sinclair, because I've been working with them as well as Cincinnati State on another initiative in terms of how can we reach out to those partners just to make sure that we are being very transparent about our work. So I think that's really the key.
Absolutely. Any thoughts on the topic, Derek?
Sure. I think that when we wake up each day, there are a lot of distractions. There are a lot of things to do to keep us busy, putting out fires in the workplace. And so if we can look beyond the distractions to the core issue of retention, I think that has a lot to do with building culture in the organisation. So if we could remove some of the distractions, focus on the long-term game of culture and retention, and I genuinely think, final statement really is reiterating what you've heard multiple times this morning. You think bigger picture, think global, but act local. Each of us go away from today committing to help our respective workplace be the best that it can be in this community. And we raise the level of the ocean. We raise all boats. As someone who wants to come to town knows that there's great educational facilities to attend. There's great restaurants. There's great parks. Downtown Dayton is fun. And so you can get great health care. So if each of us commit to saying, what can I do to make my organisation a better place?
Great, thank you. I'm going to switch topics a little bit, Jared and Rick, for you as we wind down on our time here. I need you, we're going to ask the same question that was asked in the previous panel. I'd like you to talk about what you need from our community. So what do you need from those folks that are sitting out there? And everybody out here today is representing everybody out there, right? Everybody in our community. So what do you need from our audience and from our community today?
I would just say more of this. The more ideas that come about, the more, not any one organization has all the answers, obviously. So working together and learning, just here today of what others are doing to incorporate it into what you're doing. We're all in this together. We're all one region. And somebody said before, what's good for Dayton is good for Tip City, and what's good for Tip City is good for, Mercer County, even though we're an hour north. We're all trying to get people to this part of Ohio, to stay in this part of Ohio, and the more best practices that we continue to work on and share with each other, the better. We work closely with Ohio Means Jobs and our teachers and whatnot, trying to use that website and career pathways. Somebody was talking about career pathways before. Incorporate that. So we're working with organizations and other resources like that. So I think just for you in the audience, just the more you can connect with somebody to say, hey, here's what we're doing, here's how we can, connect. It's good. And I think I'm just finish it by saying, the more proactive we are on this, the more proactive, the better. By sitting back and saying, oh, I hope it works out, there's no guarantee it will. So being more proactive and just trying to come up with new and different ideas. Last thing I'll leave it with, somebody in the previous panel said, how, once they turn 19, how do you reach them? With our website, we do. We have probably 9 years worth of high school students in our database. We have their email addresses and their cell phone numbers. So just like, I'm a UD alumni as well, and I get a lot of nice emails from them reminding me of, weekends and whatnot, which is great. I enjoy getting those. We do the same thing for our 4-county high school students. We reach out to them. Hey, a company's coming or a company's expanding and they're looking to hire 40 electrical engineers. I can go through that entire database of 9 years of students that said they were going into electrical engineering and send them a text or send them an email. So those are the proactive things that we can, that's our extended family, whether they live here or not, reach out to them. So it's kind of a proactive way that we try to stay connected. So the more we can all work together on those type of ideas and new ideas, the better.
Great, thank you. I want to thank all of you today as we close out our panel. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for saying collaboration in probably 80,000 different ways, the ways that we said it today. I think the message clearly is that we can never collaborate enough, and we need to keep working and collaborating together to move our community forward, both from an attraction perspective and from a retention perspective. So if you all could please join me in thanking our panelists today. Thank you very much, and I smell lunch.
For some of those of you who don't know, I started with Montgomery County, and this goes into the workforce. So I, from Cleveland, went to UD, got an internship with Montgomery County in their community and economic development field in 1990. They hired me in the fall of 1991. Worked there for about 5 years, went to the city of Kettering, doing community and economic development for them. I'll come back to that, Mr. Duke. While at Kettering, they had a great program for employees to get their master's degrees or higher ed, which I tapped into that. See Mr. Wayne Davis, he and I went to through that program together, and several others, getting our urban administration degree. But from Kettering, worked there, doing community development and then economic development, then assistant city manager. spent some time with Mr. Schwederman, who is the budget guru, and he always claimed that I would never pass a budget. And when I went to the city of Vandalia as their city manager, I can stand in front of all of you and say I passed a budget before Mr. Schwederman passed a budget. So, so there we go, Mr. Schwederman. That's a fact. And then in 2010, I went over to the Dayton Development Coalition as their COO, thinking I had about 2 years to kind of learn a little bit about a little bit more of what the coalition was doing. I had worked with them for about, when I was in Kettering and Vandalia. But my predecessor, Jim Leftwich, got a job with the state of Ohio, and the time frame moved from 2 years to about 6 months. And then June of 2011, I became president and CEO. Been doing this. I can't believe it's been 10 years. I have a bunch of my teammates here, and I'm a firm believer in surrounding yourself with smarter people, and I've definitely done that. One of the, when we talk workforce, Lucius Plant is the guru and the gold standard, not just statewide, nationally. And I know Lucius retired from the county. He and I live in the same neighborhood. And I was running one day, and he and his wife were walking, and I just kind of stopped real quickly and just said, "Hey, Lucius, if you ever want to come back and work, got a part-time job for you, no big deal." And then I just kept going. A few months later, I think he had a little timeout with that he had to take with PERS and everything, and he knocks on the door. There he was. He's like, "Were you serious?" I'm like, "Yeah, I was serious." Now, I think I failed him because his part-time job is more than part-time. He's probably working way more, so I'm going to have to send his wife, Donna, roses and send Lucius a little more wine, as he's a wine connoisseur. But no, we're very fortunate to have an amazing team at the coalition, and just to look around, seeing a lot of friends that I have literally worked with since 1991. It's awesome to be here, and the theme has been, and I know it's workforce, but it's really collaboration and working together. So I think most know the Dayton Development Coalition, kind of what our mission is, what our vision is, and really at the end of the day, it's to work in the greater Dayton region to grow, expand, and retain jobs, and that drives down to 100% into workforce, and you'll see that. So I'm not going to go over all of these slides. Kind of 4 pillars that we have, just real quickly, just to let everyone know. So I think you all know, and you heard from JP Nauseef before, we're one of the 6 regional partners that does the Jobs Ohio work for the Dayton region. We're in 12 counties in the Jobs Ohio network. We have an accelerant fund. It's a pre-seed fund investing in companies. We have this is our 4th fund. It's our last fund. It's being done a lot differently now. But we have spent all the funds into these companies. Now we're managing the companies and working on exiting the companies, keeping them here and growing them here. I think, and you'll hear more about these, obviously the defense and aerospace with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base being the state's largest single-site employer, and then on the advocacy. And I see Amy Shrimp, who is now with the city of Kettering, cleaning up my old mess from many years ago, but Amy did an amazing job for us on the local, state, and federal side, and then Michael Gessel in Washington, D.C. So that's kind of where we're at from the Development Coalition, from the 4 pillars of what we do. Kind of what does this really mean? At the end of the day, the last 2 sessions I kept hearing about retention of employees. It's the same philosophy with economic development, as you all know, and I remember my freshman year at UD taking a local government class, and they said back in 1987 that 80% of a local community's economic development growth comes from existing companies. And that number holds true today. When you see some of the stats, you'll see we're probably at about 84% over the last 10 years of the growth of our existing companies. They've been local. Now, you do attraction. See Mike Davis at Moraine. It's nice to grab a fuyao every once in a while because those make a big difference, and the supply chain really helps. The retention is key, but you have to do other things as well. Building relationships, We are, someone asked me the question today about international travel. Right now, we're not doing it. We're really not, companies aren't letting us in. And from a staff standpoint, I don't want to expose, our team to other variants that we may not be aware of. But we're doing a lot of things virtually, and it's working. We're seeing reshoring. You heard JP talk about Peloton. I mean, that's a big deal. And would I have loved for that to have been in Dayton, Ohio? Absolutely. But to have that happen in Ohio, that's a big deal because people, their eyes, their attention is being drawn to Ohio, which means we're going to get more looks in the Dayton region. And then defense, the defense installations, and we'll talk a little bit about the VA, Springfield, and Wright Pat, because they have workforce issues as well. They have huge workforce issues, and if we want to keep that base, we need to make sure we're addressing their issues as well. So the restart. So some of this is bad news for the younger people that may not be aware or remember it. Losing GM was awful. Losing NCR was awful. But at the same time, we had a big win in Wright Pat. One of the things I think that's most, that and not being from here, that I've noticed about Dayton, but also Ohio, is we're resilient as a community, as people, as a culture. And with GM going by the wayside in NCR, as a region, we could have said, oh, woe is me. But we don't do that here. This next slide, I think is very telling because you look at what happened in 2008, 9, and 10. GM left, NCR left, the economy crashed, the housing, it was one of the second worst time in America's history. But look at this chart and look at 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wright Pat started to grow, and that was from the BRAC. So as the economy was crashing, Wright Pat was growing about $300 million of improvements into that site, and that was a community effort. I was in Vandalia at the time, but communities went out to San Antonio. We went out to Arizona, and we attracted one of the highest number of workforces in a BRAC in the history of the United States Air Force. And that's a big deal. And I think those are some of the things that, pre-pandemic, we were talking about doing some of these things that kind of stalled a little bit, but there's opportunities when we come back. Where also our economy, we've diversified. Now, we've been forced to diversify a little bit, but this is from the Brookings Institute. This is from 2016 and 17 data. But you can see from a diversity, and when I talk about diversity, we're talking about jobs. We're talking about low wage jobs up to high wage jobs. Dayton was the best in the state of Ohio, and we continue to trend that way. We have logistics companies all the way up to engineers and scientists at AFRL creating who knows what in the classified world. I know Dr. Barlow knows a little bit more on certain aspects than we do, but we have amazing diversification in this area. We have companies, and I'm a big baseball guy, and I know Lynn Halsey is, she was here earlier, and she's watching via Zoom today, and she always knows that I'm going to get a sports analogy in there, and she's heard this one, but we're getting a lot of doubles. We're getting companies that are 100, 200, 300. We get the grand slam with Fuyao like Moraine did, but normally we're getting those doubles, but it's going to be 8-0 before you know it. And if one of those companies does leave, it's a lot easier to backfill one company with 200 employees versus one company with 2,000 employees. So the diversification, I think, of our workforce and our employment in companies in this region, I think, is very important. This chart just shows, just based on the sectors that Jobs Ohio focuses on, the advanced manufacturing, shale, aerospace, healthcare, big drivers. The military and federal sector, that's a sector that Jobs Ohio stood up 2 years ago. It's something that the state really didn't focus on. That one is, something that we, as this region, always pushed for. We pushed for it at the state level, and with Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Husted, Joe Zeese, and JP all in Columbus, they understand it, they get it. We're seeing growth. We're getting ready in about a month to release a statewide economic impact analysis on all the bases throughout the state. Right Pats will be updated. Right now, Right Pat has about a $15.54 billion annual economic impact. Those numbers are all rising, and you'll see how as a state we're working together, but the federal and military sector is extremely important in this region specifically. Back in 2000, going back to 2010, 2008 at JP Nauseef at the annual meeting, this was when the economy was at its lowest, and he projected, the Dayton region would grow by 10,000 jobs, and people literally thought he was crazy. They're like, there is no way we're going to grow about 10,000 jobs by 2020. Well, here's the facts: 25,000 jobs, not 10, 25,000 jobs. So he was spot on, but I think it challenged the region, and the region responded. And once again, it's our industry, it's our academia, it's the military, it's everybody working together. During the pandemic, and I'll hit on a couple of programs real quick. Jobs Ohio didn't just sit tight and just kind of count their money. They actually doubled down. They introduced about 15 new programs. Jobs Ohio Capital Growth Fund is a fund that we've been working with, and Julie from our team and a few others are leading that. But these are companies they're not pre-seed, just startups. These are companies in the revenue positive, high growth opportunities. They did a pilot program of $50 million. They did probably close to 30 projects. That project went so well, their board approved a 5-year, $50 million per year program. And we need to capitalize on those smaller companies that are going to grow. The Vibrant Community and Inclusion Grants, typically a program that Jobs Ohio had not been involved in, and it's taking shape statewide. We're getting into some of our lower income and underserved communities. There's grants, the chart here shows 18 companies, 131 jobs, 500 retained. So back to the retention. But this is a program that in the past had not been there, and it's focusing on something that they had not. Another one that's not on here, and you'll see a little bit more of it later, is the Ohio Sites Program, OSIP, and that one is one with to really get either greenfields or brownfields, existing buildings, to put money into them, spec buildings, to get it ready for development. And they did a pilot program, $50 million for the first year, and it was probably one of the most successful programs they've had. Their board approved, once again, a 5-year, $50 million per year, and we're seeing about an 11-to-1 ratio. So for every $1 Jobs Ohio is put in, the private sector is putting $11 million in, and that's getting buildings. And there's several cities around here that have seen those improvements in their communities, and we're seeing what's happening as companies need space now. Instead of the days where we've got the sites, we've got the buildings, we've got the incentives, they need to go now. And I see Eric Collins smiling because he gets it, he knows it. We've been doing this together. There we go. So back to one of my statements about 10,000 jobs and the number of jobs. But this chart is something we track. We track on a yearly basis. Our team is very committed to working with you all. And please know, we know the local economic development groups are very vital and critical to the pipeline and to the projects. That's where we get most of the deals from. They're from you. It's, you're dealing with people at the grocery store, on the baseball fields, on the soccer fields, and we get it. But you can see, last year, 2020, we thought it was going to be a horrible year. We took, in essence, if you take 3 to 4 months out, we hit all of our numbers to goal, but down just a little bit. But what's happened already this year, capital investment, $778 million year to date. Of the 6 regions, right now, Dayton has the highest capital investment in the state of Ohio. We look at payroll, we look at jobs, we look at jobs retained. The jobs retained are a little bit less this year. It's not that people are leaving, it's just the companies we're working with. It's just a little bit different. So projects, 33 so far year to date, but to me, the most important thing is the pipeline. We have a huge, robust pipeline. You all probably see it in your communities. Some of the 2020 wins, and you've probably read about these, but Pella, AES, some of you used to know them as DP now, but AES, Midmark, Crocs continues to grow. They shut down their LA Logistics and Distribution Center, moved it to Dayton, Ohio by the airport, and they've expanded about 3 times already. Fuyao continues to make investments. Let me get to the next one here. There we go. And then 2021, these are just a few of the wins. Economy Linens, White Castle did another expansion out in Vandalia, Mark I, Royal Canin. And we have, trust me, we have several more that are, to be announced very soon. The jobs are exciting. But once again, most of these companies are retention, and then, they're growing and adding to that. This gives you a little snapshot of regionally how the projects are placed. And as you all know, we don't steer projects. We have a great database, but we rely on you for the sites. Up north is just, it's amazing the amount of talent and companies up north. But if you look at I-70 and I-75, that's where the majority of the project wins are, and you can see some of the companies that are there. So project, to the talent side of things, if we, when we're working with companies in the past, literally 5, 6, 7 years ago, workforce really was just starting to be talked about in the early stages, but it normally was, what sites do you have? What incentives do you have? And then once you figured that all out, then, they just came. Well, now it's a little bit different. It's, tell me about your workforce. If we come here, can you help us? And if the answer is no, so we as a Dayton community, and you heard JP ask kind of the same question, if we can't answer yes, we're not going to get the look. They're not going to care if we have the land. They're not going to care if it's at I-70, 75, and they're not going to care what incentives we have. And that is a complete change from, my 25 years of economic development of how it used to work to where we are today. And you all know it. You all see it every single day. That's the number one question. So the goal is to build that talent. And, if it's all of our universities just grabbing 1% more each year, if it's, I'm one of 9 in my family, population sizes aren't that big. Lucius has a quote I won't use since this is being taped, but I think those of you who have heard his presentations, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But our population size is smaller. So we need to do a better job of retention, but we also need to do a job of attracting. And, to that, the state of Ohio and Jobs Ohio, they're trying that. They're trying to do things different. They've launched a campaign, the Find Your Ohio campaign. And it is, it's national. If you go on their website, you'll see it. I'm going to jump to this, Ohio is for Leaders. So and I heard one of the speakers earlier asking about, or talking about, what are we doing nationally? Well, Jobs Ohio, they took on a national campaign, and they have, and a lot of it is social media, but a lot of it is in your face. You'll see ads like this in New York, literally in Times Square, talking about, New York, your buildings are taller, your incomes might be taller, but, our cost of living is less. Our quality of life is better. So we're going into these markets, and it's markets that we think we can attract talent to and businesses to. So it's not just attracting the businesses, but we're out in LA, we're in Texas, we're in Chicago, we're in Boston, we're in New York, Washington, D.C. And with the federal side of things, Washington, D.C., and for those of you who have lived there, who have commuted from there, have bought a house there, it's a lot more advantageous to be here than one of those. So, but this program, it's getting national attention. The social media side of things, New York actually started a kind of a Twitter fight with Ohio. They saw one of these, they tweeted about it. That's what we wanted. We wanted them to engage us, and they did. So it's working. One of the other things that we do regionally, and most of you know about this, is, and especially with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, is it's the support for our military as well. And the state of Ohio, Jobs Ohio now is doing this statewide, but just in our region, we do things with the Dayton Dragons, with the NCAA, which is coming up in March, the Wright Pat Night at the Phrase. We as a community have donated nearly 70,000 tickets to airmen and their family. Our goal is to get to over 100,000 by 2025. And, we would love to, statewide, to get to, by 2030, a million tickets to service members, their family, because what they're doing makes a difference, and that's a part of the retention. It's also a part of the attraction. The state changed the law years ago to not tax income on military, and as Dr. Barlow, Colonel Barlow is a firsthand example. She stayed in Ohio. I ran into General McMurray a couple weeks ago. He's from Texas. He and his wife they bought a house here in Dayton. So we are getting the talent, the people that we need, but we need to do some of these little things as well. Livability is a big issue. Shannon and I thought I saw Holly earlier, but the Chamber and the DDC, we did a livability in Dayton. It's a talent attraction resource, but it talks about why Ohio, why Dayton. This one was focused on Dayton, and once again, back to the collaboration. We have the universities, we have the Sinclairs, the Clark States, but we also have the high schools. The high schools are I live up in Vandalia, and Rob O'Leary is doing an amazing job up there of, getting his students that may not be ready for college, but getting them connected with the industry up in the Vandalia area. Gem City Rising, there's a group of us going out to DC next week for our annual fly-in. We have, I was pleasantly surprised, we have about 130 people going out, which is normal. And for that number of people to go out, during, still a pandemic. But once again, we're doing it safe. Michael Gessel, who lives in DC, said DC is open for business. And it's something we should do. But we've got James Fallows, who's going to be speaking, and Bruce Katz. These are two nationally known authors who they are big on Dayton, Ohio. And usually it's, people like to talk about the negativity of Dayton, Ohio, if it's opioids or if it's a Rust Belt or whatever it might be. We've all heard that before, and we know it's not true. But these two national, actually international reporters, they're big on Dayton. They're very bullish on what Dayton has to offer. The opportunities. So back in 2010, it actually probably started in about 2008 when Joe Zeese was at the coalition. There was a big initiative around the drones, the unmanned air vehicles, drones, and it was from a military component, but also from a commercial component. And we, as a region, we went after one of the 6 designations to be, a FAA certified site. We did not get that designation, and we put a lot of work into it, a lot of time, a lot of money, and we were disappointed in it. But I remember a lot of us had that conversation of that's not going to stop us from doing what we need to do. In hindsight, I think if we would have gotten one of those designations, it would have probably slowed us down because we would have been under the guidance of the FAA, and they take a lot of time. But what we did instead is we focused on Springfield, AFRL. We looked at Wilmington and Springfield, the Air Force Research Lab. They wanted a lot of the testing done, and they wanted it to be a little bit closer. And the Springfield Beckley Airport is owned by the city of Springfield, and the proximity was a lot closer. So we started doing beyond visual line of sight. We got certified. We were the first community and first state in the country to have this type of beyond visual line of sight, which then leads into what you see here, flying cars. So most of you saw and watched the Jetsons growing up, and I should have probably put a little clip in here, but it's real, it's happening. And once again, there's 2 components. There's the military side of it, and then there's the commercial side of it. But we have 4 companies that are coming to Dayton, Ohio. They're coming to Springfield. They're doing the testing and research, simulators, The city of Springfield, Clark County, they have been great partners. They have welcomed this. We're talking to to the chamber out there as well. But this is an initiative that starts only with 4 or 5 people. But what happens? They have to manufacture these units, and they are amazing. One of our team members was out in California last week meeting with another company, and we are attracting them. But the goal is to get the manufacturing as well. And they're out in, there's some in California, some in Texas, some on the East Coast. Our end game is to get the manufacturing here in Ohio, and specifically here in Dayton, Ohio. So these are some of the game changers that are happening. AFWorks, so the Air Force Research Lab, AFWorks falls under them, and Dayton was established as they call it Digital Dayton. But when you look at the other AFWorks sites, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Austin, Washington, D.C., Dayton, Ohio. I mean, to me, that tells me and should tell you all something, that's something special. It's kind of happening in here, and it may not be spoken a lot about, but it is. NASIC continues to grow at the base. They are in the middle of a $182 million construction project. NASIC, and for my city council members here and economic development people here, NASIC has grown by 100 employees a year for 15 consecutive years. If that were a private company, what would you be doing for them? And their payroll is outstanding. So, not coming from the Air Force background, but coming from the economic development side, that's how I look at it. That's how I see things. I look at the Life Cycle Management Center, or AFRL. I look at them as a business, and how would we retain them, and how would we grow them. The F-35, we may not have planes flying here, but we have all the back-end office jobs that are here. And once again, that comes with the workforce that we need. And Wright Pat needs employees. If you look. And Cassie, the Sochi and the DDC right before the pandemic. Our last event together, we did it at the Air Force Museum, and we had General Bunch and the Lieutenant Governor, and it was the Workforce We Need Summit, and we had private and public colleges with us from throughout the entire state, talking about the workforce that Wright Pat needs. And if you look at just currently what they need, plus the retirement of people, they need thousands of jobs, and they're not all engineers. It's logisticians, it's lawyers. It's everything. And when you start showing these universities the types of jobs that are needed, they start writing notes. And so, that is something that's really critical for us, because if we can't supply them the workforce they need, the next time a BRAC or a new mission is needed, they might look elsewhere. So kind of new opportunities as I wrap up, and I'm really close on time. But once again, I heard it before, I heard it again. We have to work together, we have to collaborate. But we also, in my opinion, we can't just keep doing things the way we've always done them. And if it's economic development, if it's workforce, whatever it might be, we need to look at, examples of what other communities are doing. Ohio to Work is an initiative that Jobs Ohio has started. They did it with the city of Cleveland, the Cleveland region. It was a pilot program. Cuyahoga County had the highest unemployment rate, and they're working, it's really focused on talent and workforce on the projects they're working on. Other parts of the state, we're seeing that program take place. We're having conversations with them. That's something that at some point in time, our community will be focused on as well. But once again, it's about partnerships. It's about collaboration. It's about working together. This picture, the arcade, is something that's just, it's a special facility that we have. I was with Dr. Spina yesterday with Eric, and I thanked him again. I'm like, Eric, if UD weren't in the arcade, I doubt that project would have happened. But what he has seen is his students are loving the experience down there. And I think as this plays out, it's going to be more. But we've got Wright Pat, the arcade. I think one big project, and once again, it comes back to workforce but on Main, the old fairgrounds, once that starts and once that gets built out, mixed use development, with a lot of interest in it, the companies that we're attracting here, they're going to need the talent. We talked about Beyond Visual Line of Sight, Fuyao Glass. I mean, all of these groups, they need employees. But we are on the rebound. We still stay strong in manufacturing, autonomous systems. Artificial intelligence is a really big initiative. We've got a lot of companies downtown in the embedded software side of things. So, I remember a few years ago, some people who were graduating from college with a math degree. I'm like, what are you going to do with that? Are you going to be a teacher? I'll tell you what, I hope my 2 boys, I hope they're math majors because they're going to take care of Jen and I in our retirement days because that's really where it's at. But the bioscience, and once again, the workforce, you see the picture down on the bottom right or left, whichever way you're sitting at. But that's the big hoopla, the STEM challenge. That's getting kids K through 8, interested in STEM. And you can't start early enough. And that's why we do, some of these initiatives. And last chart, just some of the things that we have going on. It's very busy. We're out at Springfield Air National Guard doing a community day because a lot of people hear about Right Pat, but there's a lot at Springfield that's really taking shape. They partner and collaborate a lot with NASIC and others. I talked about our fly-in. That's next week in DC, and then we have the Defense Forum in Columbus. We were scheduling it live in person. We had to back that one off to virtual in the Capitol. But once again, that's talking about defense and aerospace statewide, and it's something that we've never been able to pull off truly a statewide defense and aerospace forum. This is the first year we've been able to do that with all of our regional partners throughout the state of Ohio. So, great things are happening statewide, but once again, it all comes back to workforce. And as I said, when we're talking to site selectors, when we're talking to real estate people, the question to us is, do you have the workforce? And so, all of the creative ideas that you all have, that you're doing, that we're working on together, that's something that we have to focus on. So with that, I think I have about 5 minutes or so. If anyone has any questions, I would be more than willing to take them. But from the coalition standpoint and from our team who's here today, just a big thank you for spending your time here. Bruce, and I told you I'd come back to this. Bruce picks up the phone and calls me and says, "Hey, Jeff, we won this grant." I remember being a part of when I was at, I think, Kettering, and then definitely in Vandalia, the first tier Suburbs Consortium. But when he said, "Hey, Jeff, we won this grant, but we need some partners. Can we count on you?" And I said, "Bruce, you absolutely can." So to the team that put the application together, thank you. To the people coming here today, thank you, because these are important topics. And I'm glad we're here in person because you get more out of it in person. But once again, we're doing it safe. We're doing what we're asked to do. But as we work together, because it's 2021, and I think we have huge opportunities, by 2030. And Lynn, I'm talking to you. I'm not going to give you a number like JP did, but there is a lot of opportunity for growth in our region in the very foreseeable future. So with that, I'll stop, and if anyone has any questions.
Jeff, back in the 80s when we had a lot of big companies running the show in town, and we'd talk about talent attraction and retention, the arts always came up as a significant part of the livability of our community. And I haven't heard anybody today mention the arts. We have superior arts organizations that are all hurting post-pandemic. And I wonder if you could comment on the significance or importance of the arts in all of these efforts.
Yes, so great question. And so if you didn't hear, it was, how do the arts play in our retention and attraction efforts? They're high at the list. And you saw a little bit of it through our Hometown Heroes program. So the Hometown Heroes program, it was started with the Dayton Dragons back in the beginning, but we quickly realized that, and a lot of it was around the base. It was, thanking them, but also getting them out into the community. And then we realized, everyone's not a baseball fan. Everyone's not a basketball fan. So we have partnerships with the Dayton Art Institute, with the Schuster, Victoria, with various arts programs. But when we are doing our pitches, The arts is once again, that goes into the quality of life, and I talked about that earlier. But if it's in downtown Dayton, if it's in Centerville, if it's in Kettering, if it's in Mercer County, the quality of life, the arts, the bike trails, everything, the water. Water is going to be a bigger and bigger issue as we move forward. And I probably see some smirks around because, we were 15 years ahead of our time, but about 15 years ago, the coalition, they launched a big water initiative. Maureen Patterson was very involved in it. And I don't think the United States was ready for it yet. But as we see what's happening on the West Coast and even Northwest, water is becoming more and more of an issue. So we're using all of those examples from arts to workforce, to leisure activities, to universities, colleges, et cetera, to, once again, when we're talking to the companies or to the brokers, or it's everything involved, and it's something that makes a difference when these people are coming to town. Great question.
We have a question from the chat, and that is, how do we share these ideas across the region? Dum-dum.
So how do we share these across region? One, doing this. There's more and more, I think, collaboration that's happening as we figure out COVID and, how do we, I don't think we're stopping. I think we're doing it smart. And, the hybrid is great for people to be able to be online, but also to be in person. But we can't just have the conversation and walk away and do nothing. We have to have an action plan in place. And I do know that Cassie and so many others are working on plans. It's at the top of the list of the governor. The lieutenant governor is really focused on it. As I said, we've got our WIBs, we've got our, the counties that are doing things. Jobs Ohio, 10 years ago, Jobs Ohio, when they were stood up, workforce was not a topic in their conversation, and part of it was because there were other groups doing it and who were really good at it. But as Jobs Ohio has evolved over the last 10 years, as all of our organizations has evolved, if we're not talking about workforce and doing something about it, we're doing something wrong, because it's a focus. I see, Adam Merka from Sinclair in the back. I guarantee you they're thinking every day, not just about their students and the workforce that they're trying to put them in, but they're also thinking about their employees. How do they keep them? How do they attract the best talent? I think, once again, working together, coming up with some concrete action plans that we can then look back on, and did we accomplish these goals? We know, for example, what Right Pat needs. Are we meeting their objectives and their goals? Now, COVID is changing things a little bit because more people are working from home. The discussions are changing a little bit, but I can tell you this, Right Pat, for example, the capacity is still there. Once we get past this Delta variant, I think we'll start to see a few things changing back again. I think continuing the conversation, but doing something after the conversation as well. Anything else? Well, great. Well, once again, thanks for having me today. Keep doing such an outstanding job, and let's continue to do more of this and accomplish some of the tasks at hand. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to come to the fun part. We've had excellent speakers, and thank you, Jeff. But now it's time for you to do the work. And as I said in my welcome paragraph in your program, I'm going to judge the success of this forum by how we advance the collaborative work we do in this community to enhance our communities. So that's what the roundtables are for. And I'm going to introduce back to the podium. Jeff Marcel is going to give instructions and moderate our roundtables.
Thank you, Bill, and I couldn't agree more. We've had a fantastic morning. We've heard, you all have had an opportunity to hear about all kinds of data You've had a chance to listen to some fantastic panels and speakers. And so, as Bill said, this is your opportunity. Frankly, we need you to share your thoughts and insights because this is going to be a large component of that next steps planning document that I talked about earlier on today. So, I believe we've got a moderator for every table. If your table doesn't have a moderator, I would encourage one person to take the initiative and become the table moderator. But the role of the table moderator is really all about just trying to make sure to drive the conversation forward, go through all of the questions, and ensure that everybody at the table has an opportunity to weigh in. So we're going to ask our table moderators to do that. You have a notepad at your table. Everybody's got a notepad. We are going to ask one person at each table to take notes, to be the scribe. All right, everybody. So let's talk about the first question. What was the most surprising thing or interesting thing you learned today? At the conclusion, we're going to take about an hour for this. At the end, share a little bit about what they discussed at the table. So let me turn it over to your table moderators and enjoy your conversation. All right, everybody. We're now going to pivot. We're going to transition to where we start getting a little bit of feedback. And rather than just asking each table to go through their responses for each question, what I really want to do is just, if you're the table scribe or the moderator, if you could just share with us what was the big takeaways, what was the big ahas, or what were the priorities that your table discussed? Any thoughts in addition to that? If there's a thought about a next step or an action that you all discussed that was really pivotal. So we want to kind of leave it open to you to share what was the most compelling thing that you all discussed. So with that, I'm going to start with this table here, table 5.
I think our big takeaway was kind of throughout this, the questions was really a need to kind of increase the size of the tent. If you will. So as we look around the room, we've got a lot of good representatives from a lot of organizations that have a good footprint here in the Dayton region. But the one thing that I think is missing as we talk about especially retention is the kind of the K through 12 representatives. And so, as we start talking about, enlightening them onto like career paths and whatnot, we need to have this kind of a forum, but we need to have, guidance counselors, we need to have superintendents, we need to have teachers, coaches, people who have an impact on students and can kind of, be that voice that says, hey, there's opportunity here for you. And so we think that this is a great first conversation, but we really need to have more partners in the community to make it an effective one.
An ongoing discussion and making sure that the tent gets bigger and bigger, and I love it. Everybody's on the same page. I did want to make sure our friends that are joining virtually understand if there's, unfortunately, we're not going to turn to you and ask you to make a report out, but I would ask you to put your comments, your big takeaways in the chat. But with that, I'm going to ask table 10 if they can share their thoughts.
Okay, one of the things we talked about is the big surprise today was how there are so many different people here and how broad the group was. It wasn't just elected officials or just business or whatever. And then we talked about what attraction priority is needed. And there was a surprise that immigration wasn't addressed because we feel our region isn't really growing. People aren't having the big families, as was mentioned. So how are we supposed to grow? Why aren't we looking at immigration? And then we also talked about, we have some initiatives here that we'd like to share later, but we did come up with something very much modeled on what Jared Ebbing from Mercer County put together. Why can't this community do something similar? Not the same, but we could tap into different things that would better fit our communities and what we have and then put that in place.
Thank you. That's fantastic. And thank you for bringing up the immigration point, too. That's really important. We really appreciate that. Table 11.
Thank you. So for question 1, we came up with a few different ideas. So one is not knowing the job, but knowing the requirements. And you know the requirements, you know the job, but it's also knowing who that person is and the culture of that person and bringing that out within the workforce too. COVID, as they shared, has also helped or happened to identify talent and cultures and bringing that culture aspect into businesses. We also looked and discussed about unemployment, because we always think as soon as COVID would stop, unemployment claims and then the job opportunities would be filled. But if you look at the unemployment claims and the people and the job opportunities that are out there, the numbers do not match. So it's looking at that, and women in the workforce is looking at individuals themselves who are in the workforce. Sometimes, is that aspect of the women who have to stay home now because of the child care and issues like that. How can we help out with those aspects?
Child care is a major issue. Thank you for pointing that out. Table 12.
Tell me, was it question 1?
You can respond to any of the big takeaways that you all have.
That's a loaded question. Okay.
Or however you would like to respond to the question.
I think, for me, number 6 question.
Okay.
What was the 2 programs that you're willing to take away? It was suggested to have a matrix of what everybody's doing right, and with that, it would show where we're weak, and if we as a region could come together and strengthen those areas. And then also, if we could put together relocation packages and highlighting maybe some elder care, airlines, some of the other areas of need that we could put together.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, mapping out who's doing what and where they're doing that is absolutely essential. That's a great comment. Table 13.
Thank you. We were actually surprised to learn the number of students leaving UD after graduate, or leaving the Dayton area. So we think there should be a focus on that. Ultimately, that was our number 5, which is how do we get them involved in the community outside of the campus, increase their exposure, and learn to stay and appreciate the Dayton environment. Under number 2, kind of the big takeaway is we know there's a patent Dayton, there's a brand, but we're not aware of a regional brand, and we think that that's something that should be done at a larger scale level across the Miami Valley. And then we feel, obviously, one of the struggles is just battling the negative image, which unfortunately we feel comes more from the media, and how do we get the media on board with that? We joked at this table that if you look at the business promotion side and what the Dayton Business Journal does once a week, it's great. However, we understand the local media has got to represent all those that care about everything that's going on in Dayton, but unfortunately that reaches outside of our region, outside of our state, and then ends up being reflective of who we are when it's really not who we are. So how do we address that moving forward?
Yeah, almost creating an army of ambassadors, right, for the Dayton area. I grew up in Dallas, Texas, and I don't know what it is about Dallas, but anybody who's from Dallas will automatically start telling you how great it is. And I always thought, gosh, you know what? That civic communication, that civic pride, if everybody had a little bit of that, it would be a better world. So that's a great comment. I appreciate that. Table number 9. I know looks like you all are still in the midst of your conversation. Any thoughts from table 9?
Oh, no, not at all. I think on the first question, that we felt that this is a culture and opportunity can mean more than money. So it is what is going on in this region that attracts people, and as you said, a regional picture of what are the assets of this region, not just one little city. You know, I can focus on Oakwood and know what goes on there. I can focus on Kettering. I can tell you different communities and what they're doing, but we have to present it as a regional package. And let's see, work-life balance. I think our challenge in our community is becoming more connected with our residents. We have seniors, we have young people, we have a lot of tradespeople.
and recognizing what their talents are and promoting those in our community. Let's see. And I think it's extremely important to link the companies and the manufacturers to internship programs. I mean, obviously, when they graduate from college, are they doing the very best job they can and at that institution to connect these students to jobs? Because I've seen it both ways. One student that went to University of Cincinnati, she was in internships programs as a junior, and then one that went to Wright State and was just kind of on his own. And it was like, okay, he didn't get into the area he wanted to. Of course, COVID came in, and that made it extremely hard because even getting to an HR department was a challenge. And I don't know how many companies realized what a challenge it was for the students over the last year to even get an interview because they couldn't connect with an HR department. I think that was pretty much it.
That's great. That's fantastic feedback. Thank you.
So I'll just add to Table 9. NVRPC created a job board, and the sole purpose was to provide one location for open positions for our members. So instead of looking at just Oakwood, for example, Oakwood is posted with others. And that's a free service we provide, and it's our way of helping with workforce development.
Super. Thank you for adding that. Table 4.
Just a couple of things from our table real quick. So play off some comments that were on the north side of the room. So there was the tent, right? Expand the tent. So we would talk about, from our table, our takeaway was it's not just that tent, but how many times we're going to meet under that tent. I mean, this is a great event, but how much more frequently are we going to do this? And the other thing is making sure everybody stays in the tent. If you look around the room, 45 minutes ago, it was twice as full as it is today. So if this is such an important issue for our region, why isn't this room just as full now as it was 45 minutes ago, right? So that was one takeaway. The other thing from the north side of the room we heard was Asian immigration. Why not automation? There is just as much of an avenue and an ability to address the worker shortage to some degree through automation, but through the utilization of automation, that also opens up other avenues, other career and job opportunities that might not necessarily be as prevalent in our region, but could be very relevant and very prevalent in our region if we took the time to include automation as a way to not just address our workforce issue, but grow our workforce in a very specific and dynamic way, which may be unique in this part of the country.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's a great comment. Expand the industry, yeah. And Table 3.
We had a very dynamic table.
Well, as far as our two takeaways, we really wanted to work on and expand on two of the programs that were mentioned here. We like the Hello Grand Rapids. Are you all hearing that?
We are. You're doing great.
Oh, there's something in my ears. Hold on. I apologize. Ooh, okay. So the two programs that we wanted to work on or expand was Hello Grand Rapids as a better way to market our cities, bringing in what are those features to attract people to our communities. And then the other one was the Mercer County example, kind of like a monster.com except for our cities, a regional one, as a way to list all of the opportunities that would be available. So those would be our two takeaways.
Super. Thank you for that. And you're absolutely right. That Hello West Michigan program in Grand Rapids is outstanding. We've been fortunate enough to work with those folks in the past. They're amazing. Table 7.
All right. Thank you. So we were all struck by the TIP data, and in particular, what's the allure of those communities outside of our region for workers to go to? And I think a key theme emerged consistently I boil it down to awareness. One was regarding attraction and retention priorities overall, telling the story in a complete story. And I think that was talked about earlier too, but as far as working, living, and growing in the community and what that means to individuals and their families. Keeping with awareness for students, helping them to be aware earlier of opportunities for employment, and how do we create those pathways for education and for employment earlier in their careers. With regard to awareness, all of us do so many good things individually. It's how do we get access to that in one place, and we thought of creating a regional hub of real estate opportunities, both schools, for businesses, homes, redeveloping existing real estate instead of just building new real estate. Identification of internship and apprenticeship opportunities, company information, and the old Ghostbusters, who are you going to call at each of our organizations for just help me information. And then last, in the spirit of collaboration, is just how do we figure out how to think regionally rather than locally in terms of erasing the boundaries and really thinking from a regional perspective to create the win-wins for our entire region.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you for the comment about the data. I will tell you, we're big believers in data, right? I always feel like the data will set you free, right? So we encourage folks to focus on data first, and then but table 2.
We really second a lot of the comments that we heard around the room, highlighted by the schools and the cities. They're working together on issues already, but are they really working together on workforce development? There's a lot of layers of bureaucracy between those of us in the school systems who are working on workforce development and our high-ranking city officials. So that was something we really like, the idea of regional workforce development strategy being developed. We have economic development strategies, but do we have a strategy for workforce development? And then something a little different than what we've heard around the room is we really feel that we need to have one person in charge of that to bring everyone together, or it won't happen.
Kind of a talent czar. Excellent. I love that. Well, so we just heard that our friends in the virtual world want to make sure that they're heard from. So I think we have the technology to be able to share their comments and share their thoughts. So
we do, and Roxy, you're on.
So obviously there wasn't a whole lot of surprises in our group about the things that we heard. I mean, a couple of comments were just some of the advertising that we're doing outside of the area, because there is a negative stigma about people from Ohio and the Midwest, especially when you're getting out to either of the coast, that things are a little slower here and maybe don't have the same kind of pace of life that they're used to in other places. Some of the big things we talked about, obviously, was when we have these big forums and people come together, there doesn't seem to be anything that really comes about afterwards. And if the work is being done, nobody knows about it. It's not really being shared among the people who contributed. We get excited and really passionate about attending these things, and it just seems to kind of fizzle out after that. So the communication afterwards, and if we're really passionate about some of these topics, is some small groups that we can kind of go off on our own in the small groups to try to work on some of those things, especially those that we're real individually passionate about. You didn't ask us to be on this, to be part of this because we're passive people, right? You ask us, we were asked to be part of this because we do, and we chose to be because we want to do something about it. Some of the areas that we brought up were access to some of the services that people need. Transportation's a big one. We did talk about immigration. My company at Fuyao, we're trying to do a lot of really unusual things outside of the box. And I work with Lucius Plant and Mike Davis and Eric Collins. We talk during COVID, we were talking sometimes daily, but at least weekly. And we still talk really regularly about trying to find some out of the box ways to solve some of the issues here. But finding some of those resources for things like what do people need to continue to work in this area? Transportation, childcare, education, easier access to education. while we have a lot of great educational institutions, we don't have access. Trying to bridge that gap between that the kids who are in school who are not going into higher education but are looking to enter the workforce, and finding, one of the biggest barriers I've been working with Dayton Public is that we can't find transportation. Dayton Public can't provide it. The RTA can't either. And then when we look at trying to create our own routes, it's problematic. So there's lots of challenges. But I think if we took the one thing away is that communication has to be on today. The things that people come up with, the ideas, the places where we keep hearing that same theme, we need to move forward and do something about those, instead of just, it's nice on paper, but show me and communicate to people regularly what we're doing at some frequency.
Fantastic. Leslie, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And you're absolutely right. It's all about action. If there's no action, right, change does not happen. Improvement doesn't happen. Well, so now that takes us, thank you all for sticking with us today. Thank you for your conversations. Thank you for your input. Please make sure to leave your notes at the table. I'll make sure to gather those, and you will see that your comments reflected in that next steps planning document that we're going to be putting together. But I want to say how much I've enjoyed today, how much I've enjoyed working with the Dayton, Ohio First Suburbs Consortium. The leadership that you all have in that group is amazing. They've been fantastic to work with. The team, the leaders that I've had a chance to get to know in the Dayton community are really amazing folks. And you're all very, very fortunate. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Bill. But once again, really appreciate it, and thank you for being here today.
For those of you who are representatives to our First Suburbs meetings, you know that my benchmark for a good meeting is ending on time. And we're going to exceed that benchmark today. And I think it's been a great day. I need to say thank you to Sinclair Community College for hosting us. I need to say thank you again to all of the speakers, all of the panelists. And a special thank you to MVCC, which has been recording this event for us. And then one of my trepidations when we first got this grant from National League of Cities was that First Suburbs is an entirely volunteer organization, and we have no staff, and I was not sure how we were going to pull this off. So I need to give a special thank you. We hired an event manager, Fran Rickenbach of Management Excellence Inc. We need to give her a big thank you for all of the arrangements. Someone in the lunch line complimented me on our meal selection. I said, well, I didn't really do that. Fran did that. And I said, but I hired Fran. So that wraps it up for today. I think you all will be receiving a survey to evaluate the conference, and I please encourage you. You all know the importance of survey response. I encourage you to fill that out and send it in with any comments and the like. And then I want to challenge the First Suburbs members to define at least one major First Suburbs initiative that is a specific response to this conference. And then I'm going to challenge each of the member communities of First Suburbs to have their own community's response of an initiative to this challenge. And we talked a little bit at my table during the roundtables about the need to keep some kind of matrix or central clearinghouse location of all of the things that we are doing. So many of us do things individually, but so much more can be accomplished regionally. That's one of the purposes of First Suburbs. It's also the purposes of MVRPC. It's also the purpose of Dayton Development Coalition and other organizations. But this has been a important event for First Suburbs, and I think it's going to give us some new life and some new purpose going forward. So thank you all for being here. With that, we are concluded. Thank you for your attendance. Have a great rest of the day.
Why is attraction and retention important to you at work?
Attraction and retention is an important issue for the entire Dayton region. It's especially important for First Suburbs as we work to collaborate to create a more livable and equitable community. And it's something that has to be very intentional because it operates on so many different levels. We need the educational systems to build the future talent. We need the industries to be working on the issues within their community, within their own organizations that lead to retention of employees. And it's just an important economic development issue for the entire region.
Okay. So you mentioned that. Why is it important for our whole region to work together on attraction and retention of the workforce?
Each of our suburban communities that make up First Suburbs of Dayton have different socioeconomic characteristics. They have different issues that they have to deal with in terms of the services that they need to provide as communities. And no one of those communities has all of the answers or all of the same needs to be able to address what is really a regional issue. And so First Suburbs gives us a forum in which we can collaborate on solving these issues.
Okay. What are some of the critical findings and takeaways that you've had from today?
Some of the critical takeaways that I have from today are, first, how important this issue is to all of the people who have participated, all of the communities and all the organizations that have attended the conference, the insights from all of the people who have served on panels and all of the speakers. So a lot of takeaways from that of things I might not have known before, a lot of economic data presented by TIP strategies that I think will take some time for us to digest, but I think gives us some basis on which we can create responses to the data.
Very good. How do you think this forum can help your business and its initiatives?
Well, speaking on behalf of First Suburbs, I think that this will go a long way to helping to define the initiatives of First Suburbs, because First Suburbs is by definition a collaborative group. And my intent is that our first meeting, which is actually next week when we will kind of debrief this conference, we're going to define initiatives that have been more or less laid out for us from this conference and try to find something individually that we can focus on as a collaborative focus, and then challenge each of our member communities to have their own initiatives, and then perhaps create a central clearinghouse or a matrix of what those initiatives are so that we can begin to track the performance measurement.
Okay. So what do you hope will come out of this forum today overall?
I just hope that this forum will lead to a increased collaboration. We have a lot of good collaboration that happens in this community, but I think this will be a stimulus to have particular focus on some strategic initiatives for talent retention and attraction.
So this video is going to be shown at the national conference.
Okay.
Is there anything you'd like to say kind of to them at the national level?
Okay, my message to the National League of Cities is that Dayton is a very attractive region of the country, and we're prepared to compete with all of you for attracting talent to this region and for retaining our talent in this region.
That was good.
This forum is so important to us in the region because workforce development is one of the most critical issues that our region faces. We have many, many employers who are looking for people every day, and we want to retain the talent within our region and attract people to our region and the quality of life that we have here.
Okay. Why is it important for our region to work together on attraction and retention of the workforce?
Unlike many areas, the Dayton region deals with economic development on a regional basis. This is somewhat unique. In many areas that's not done, and the cooperation that we do on that part has been so successful, and to add talent attraction and retention to it on a regional basis would be wonderful.
Okay. Are there some critical findings and takeaways that you've gained from today?
Some of the findings today were, number one, everyone in the room seemed to agree that we needed to have more collaboration on this issue, and looking forward to doing a better job of coordinating and bringing all of the various folks that already do this to fulfillment.
How can this forum help your business and its initiatives?
Well, as my background is an elected official, and economic development is extremely important to the vitality of our community and all of the communities within the region, and workforce development is absolutely critical. Everyone in the region right now is looking for folks, and that has been that way and will continue into the future.
Okay. So what do you hope will come out of this forum today?
Well, first of all, I believe this forum was not the end, but hopefully the very beginning of a coordinated effort to enhance workforce development and blend ideas from everyone, pick the best practices, and move forward on a much more coordinated basis.
Okay. Good. So this will be shown at the national convention. Is there anything you'd like to kind of say to the national stage from Dayton, Ohio?
I think what a takeaway from this that would be applicable to everyone is our region works best when it works together. And the Dayton region does a lot of things cooperatively and collaboratively now, and I would encourage every other area to follow our lead.
Well, was there anything else you wanted to add about First Suburbs, about this event?
When we looked at applying for this project, we knew it was going to be a lot of work, and we hoped that what came out of it was worth the effort that would be put into it. We were ecstatic when we got the award, and this conference today proves that it was worth all the work it took.
All right, why is attraction and retention important to you in your work?
We're constantly looking for great people at MVRPC. We just never know when the vacancy is going to happen. We're just coming off of a heavy year for a lot of recruitments. We got a lot younger in the process, and we want to continue our good thing that we have going by finding great talent. So it's always important to meet people and keep people in mind when there are vacancies. So attracting talent and retaining current talent is very important.
Why is it important for our entire region to work together to attract attention and retention of the workforce?
It is definitely a regional issue. We want to continue to attract people from outside of the region. I think we can do that best collectively. I think knowing that Dayton is affordable and a great place to live certainly helps us do that. So we can only do that collaboratively. And when we have the opportunity, all of us typically share job postings across the region. If there are candidates around, we share those as well. So it definitely is a regional issue.
So what do you hope will come out of this forum today?
Today is all about sharing the best practices and seeing people that we haven't seen in a while because we've been in the pandemic. But it's certainly good to see people in person and to talk about this very critical issue as a region together.
One that's not on the list, but for the national, this will be played at the national. So is there anything you have to share about a national?
Well, we certainly value National League of Cities and the ability to post, our jobs, local jobs on the NLC site. We always have a great rapport with NLC, and I'm on the board of the NARC, National Association of Regional Councils, and NLC helped found NARC along with NACO. So we always have a great partnership. Most of my members on my board are cities and municipalities, so definitely a good thing to work with NLC and to work with the national organization.
Well, the retention and attraction of workforce is very critical for the Dayton Development Coalition and for our region for many reasons. One, 80% of the growth of existing companies come from our local companies. But keeping those employees is so important because without the employees, the existing companies won't stay here and grow. But then we also do need to attract new companies to the region. And with that, by retaining employees, but then attracting new employees as well, will help grow our economy.
Okay. Why is it important for our whole region to work together on attraction and retention?
Yeah. Working together as a region to grow and retain our workforce is critical. That's something we at the Dayton Development Coalition do. We're a part of a 14-county economic development region, around 1.8 million people in that region. And, as we say a lot, a rising tide lifts all boats. And from an economic development standpoint, that's true. If Wright Pat's growing, the rest of the region is growing. If, companies in Auglaize County or in Clark County are growing, the ones around it are growing as well. And, another piece to this puzzle is people don't live in jurisdictional lines. They don't see them. They're they're driving from place to place. So to them, it doesn't matter. So as long as we have the jobs in place, people will fill those jobs.
All right. Have you made any critical findings and takeaways for you from today?
Well, today, I think one of the biggest critical takeaways is, once again, as we, as a region and as a state, we need to continue to work together. I think another thing that we need to continue to do is look at new ways of doing things. Just because we've always done economic development or workforce a specific way doesn't mean it's the right way. We need to, kind of take off the blinders and look, are there new and creative ways that we can do it better?
And how can this forum help your business and your initiatives?
Yeah. This forum, I think, is very important for many reasons. One, it's a national forum. We're very thankful for the National League of Cities for coming to Dayton, Ohio to do this great seminar and conference. But once again, bringing the region together, bringing academia, bringing workforce, bringing economic development and private industry together to talk about what the initiatives are, what the problems are, but more importantly, what are some of the solutions.
What do you hope will come out of this forum today?
What I hope to see from this forum is more action. A lot of people are talking about the workforce initiative from a retention and an attraction standpoint, but we can't just talk about it, we need to do action. So I think we need to put some action steps in place that we can look back over the next couple of years and hopefully accomplish those tasks and goals.
All right, so this video is going to be played at the National League of City Conference. Is there anything you'd like to say to them at a national level at their conference?
Yeah. So to our National League of City friends, thank you for having this conference in Dayton and in Ohio. I think one thing that people may not know is, Dayton and Ohio, it is a great place to do business. We can get to 60% of the population within a day's drive. We have one of the most diverse workforce from logistics and distribution, from rocket scientists at NASA Glenn and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And as we work together in Ohio, we also have to work together within our regions and within our country to drive our national economy.
Okay, so why is attraction and retention of the workforce important to you and your work?
So attraction and retention of the workforce is probably the most important part of economic development. It's hard for us to grow business if they don't have the people. So really focusing on the people power, the retention and attraction of people to this area to fill the many, many jobs that are here is probably job one. And if we do that successfully, economic development will continue to grow.
All right. So why is it important for our region to work together on attraction and retention of the workforce?
It's very important for our region to work together on attraction and retention. We're all in this together. We're a region by default. In order to compete with the bigger cities, we have to pull our resources together. and attract and retain people to our region because there's so many opportunities and so many companies within this region. And I think if we work together and continue to work together on workforce, we'll all be successful as a result.
All right. Have you developed any critical findings and takeaways from today yet?
Yeah, I think the critical findings from today's session is, just the collaboration is so important. Working together, again, within the region, all the different resources and companies that are here, working together is key, and I think that's been the biggest takeaway from today's sessions.
All right. How can this forum help your business and your initiatives?
I think this forum helps our initiative in our county by, again, focusing on what others are doing, successful programs that are being implemented. We run a website called hometownopportunity.com, and that's been very successful in working with our close neighbors, our other counties, on workforce attraction and retention. So I think working together here today is just another piece of the puzzle.
All right. And is there something that you hope will come out of this forum today?
What I hope comes out of this forum today is, again, just the increased collaborative efforts of everybody within this region to work collectively, continue to work collectively on workforce retention and attraction.
So this is going to be shown to the national conference. Is there anything you'd like to say to them at a national level during their conference?
Just appreciate, from a national conference perspective, us having the ability to have this regional conference and, again, really share ideas on what we can all do together on workforce retention and attraction.
So, why is attraction and retention of the workforce important to you in your work?
Attraction and retention of workforce at CareSource is very important. All of our services are driven by the human being and the work that they do. We are a high touch business. We believe in serving our members through very direct means, and we believe in healthcare with a heart. And so that is all delivered by our employees, and so attracting the best employees and retaining those who have that understanding and knowledge of all of our markets is really critical to our business success.
So why is it important for our whole region to work together on the retention and attraction of the workforce?
The Dayton region is such an exciting place to be, and it really is a place where, as we all create and attract folks into the greater Dayton region, the Miami Valley region, and even Southwest Ohio, what ends up happening is we create a bigger pie for all of us. And that means we have an area that people can live, work, and play in a way that makes life worth it for them. So working together, we can just create that bigger pie, and all of us as community can live, work, and play together.
Right. So are there any critical findings and takeaways that you've kind of developed from today yet?
I think one of the biggest takeaways from today is understanding our talent even as it's coming up, and how critical our schools, not just universities, but even our K through 12 schools are, that our young people are even deciding today where they want to go with their lives and what they want to do as they mature and get walk into their careers. So having that full spectrum really is important to this process of attracting and retaining quality talent in the area. And what's a blessing is Dayton region has some fantastic public, private schools at all levels, K through 12 and into our universities.
How do you think this forum can help your business and your initiatives?
This forum is powerful because we can see and know all of the individuals in this area who are going to collaborate together, who are going to build the talent in this region so that it's easier for businesses to do business here, and so it's easier for people to live lives here. So this type of forum really connects all of these resources toward this one purpose of attracting and retaining talent in this area.
Okay. And what do you hope will come out of this forum today?
What I hope will come out of this forum today is the one word that all of us have been saying is collaboration, unity in our purpose to grow this area to make this area the best place for someone to, the gem that it is, the gem city that it is, to make it a place where folks really discover a home and a place to work and grow with their families and within their communities.
Right. So this is going to be shown to a national audience at the NLC convention.
Okay.
Nationally. Is there anything you'd like to say to them kind of onto the national stage?
I think from a national perspective, these types of collaborative events really put an exclamation point on how much we all need to work together. And maybe it's not a collaboration between a Southwest Ohio or an Ohio region, but it's in your area. So if it's in Minnesota, if it's in, I'm thinking Twin Cities, if you're in, down in Texas, these are ways that we can all find nuggets that we can grow in our local region. So think local, but grow, think global, but go local is really a powerful thing that this type of forum can give you.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I think another nugget from today is really that idea of retention and how it takes a culture, and living through this last year of 2020, it really drives that idea home of how much we all depend on each other. And we all depend on the connections we make. So I think this has been a powerful reminder of how important it is to connect together.
So why is the attraction and retention of the workforce important to you and your work?
The reason why business or workforce attraction and retention is important is that when I'm working with existing businesses and I'm trying to provide value to those companies, it's imperative that I'm able to work in partnership with businesses to get that right talent so that we can be globally competitive as a region. Same with the business attraction side. When I'm working on a new investment with a company, our team, to bring in new businesses, they're looking at a lot of different things, including tax structure, building permit process, what are the transportation, in some cases, advantages, and then of course the talent side. So talent is the backbone of everything that we do in Montgomery County and the region.
You kind of mentioned this, but why is it important for a region to work together on attraction and retention of the workforce?
It's imperative that we as a region work together. We work in a systematic and an integrated way. And the reason why that matters, we're the sum of parts. And so if we can help one of our neighboring communities be successful in attracting and retaining talent, we all win as a community, because you have a business in one community, but they might be commuting from another community. So we want our businesses to succeed. We want to help those businesses get the right talent so they can be successful.
Have you developed any critical findings and takeaways from today yet?
I think there's a common theme here today. It's been an excellent symposium so far. I think one of the things that I've taken away is working again in a systematic manner. 2 is not really reinventing the wheel, but it's how can we improve in some cases. Maybe initiatives that we have underway right now, how can we share out our information with one another? And then I think 3 is to be focused together as a regional community to help retain and attract talent here in the Dayton region.
Okay. How do you think this forum can help your business and your initiatives?
This forum will absolutely help what we do on the business retention side through Business First, which is a 5-county area working together to connect resources to companies. It's going to give us an opportunity to understand what everyone is doing in terms of their efforts from the private sector standpoint, and then share those best practices out with our business retention team. It's also going to help us as we look at opportunities, whether it's foreign direct investment or domestic new investment to Montgomery County and the Dayton region, that we can share what worked, what didn't work. How do we kind of step back and make improvements to our pitch to businesses and to talent that's looking.
Finishing your lunch.
Why is attraction and retention of the workforce important to you in your work?
So talent retention and attraction is a priority for the healthy economy, and that's been true for decades. But over the last several years, certainly since the pandemic, that competition for jobs, that tightening labor pool, has become a problem and a challenge for every community. And so communities now are going after talent, trying to attract talent, trying to keep talent at levels that they haven't ever competed at. Right now, economic development professionals are recruiting talent and trying to keep talent within their community at a level that they used to just focus in on recruiting businesses and helping businesses expand in their community.
Okay. So why is it important for our region to work together to work on attraction and retention?
Sure. So given the industries that exist in Dayton, certainly the responses that we heard from surveys in advance of today's forum, there are some occupations that are hard to find here in the Dayton market for employers. And I don't think that that's a mystery. Everyone, I think, has a strong sense of that. So no community can afford not to think about and focus in on how do they keep the talented workforce they have, how do they develop the skill set so that it serves the employers that they have. At the same time, working hard to communicate to the rest of the world why the Dayton, Ohio community is a great place to invest, a great place to raise a family, a great place to invest your future.
So are there critical findings and takeaways that you've seen from today?
Yeah, there are a handful of really interesting findings. One, I think the Dayton, Ohio region is really well served. There are some assets here, some educational institutions, including the University of Dayton, as well as Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They're institutions that bring in a regular pool of new people into the community. And the trick is capturing those people and trying to make sure as many of them stay here and invest their future here as possible. That's been a fantastic finding, a unique finding. Another thing that has struck us, part of this project, we developed a new proprietary tool as a part of our analysis that we're calling the Talent Migration Tool. And that tool indicated to us, and what we were able to do is track talent when they move to the Dayton area and what their age is and what their educational attainment is. But we've also been able to track and look at when talent leaves the Dayton, Ohio area, where are they going to? What's their educational attainment? What's their age? And then we've been able to map out all of that data. And that really does tell the talent migration story of the Dayton, Ohio area. And one of the interesting things that came out of that data is that Dayton attracts a lot of folks from smaller communities throughout Ohio, but it also attracts people from different parts of the South, different parts of more rural areas, say for example in Indiana, and in other markets that are in the Midwest. They lose talent in Ohio to the larger markets that you would imagine, the Columbus and Cincinnati, of course. Outside of the state of Ohio, they lose talent to Chicago and Indianapolis and larger cities, larger metroplexes around the Midwest. And that's important because understanding that story will allow the Dayton, Ohio region to target the kinds of work, the kind of initiatives that they need to take place to attract and keep talent in their community. At TIP Strategies, we have been thrilled to collaborate with the National League of Cities on this economic development program. Year after year, it's been successful. I think today's forum, the success of today's forum is a testament to that. And when we started this work 3 years ago in the Kansas City region, when we were in the Phoenix region last year, and now here in Dayton, Ohio, the program has just increased in popularity and increased in its success level. And so we're thrilled about that partnership. I have to commend the team at the Dayton, Ohio First Suburbs Consortium. They've been fantastic partners as a part of this effort. And one of the things that strikes us is part of the work that we're going to be doing is putting together a next steps document, a next steps planning document for the Dayton, Ohio area, where we capture some of the data that's been compiled, some of the national best practices that have been gathered, and then we're going to share that not just with the Dayton, Ohio Consortium, but we're going to share that with the entire membership of the National League of Cities in November at the national conference. I think that information is going to be valuable for every single member of the National League of Cities to learn what we discussed here, to learn about national best practices and local best practices that are happening in Dayton. I think it's going to be informative and will be of value to every member of the National League of Cities.
Very good. So this video is going to be shown at the National Convention. Is there anything you'd like to kind of say to them on a national scale about the Dayton thing or your program?
So as a part of this program, TIP, our team of analysts at TIP have developed a new proprietary data tool. It's a talent tracking tool called the Talent Migration Tool. And it tracks where talent's coming into the Dayton, Ohio area and tracks where talent, when they leave the Dayton, Ohio, where they're going. And what their educational attainment is and what their age is and a whole host of other demographic data about those individuals. And we've been able to map all of that information as well. So it tells the migration story about Dayton and what they're experiencing. And that tool we think is really valuable because it'll help guide decision making to target talent attraction and talent retention efforts that moving forward. And we're going to be gifting this, we'll be contributing this as a part of the program to the Dayton, Ohio Consortium. I want to make sure to thank and recognize the team at the Dayton, Ohio First Suburbs Consortium. They've been fantastic partners to work with over the last several months. We're going to be pulling together a next steps planning document where we capture all of the data, all of the best practices, all of the conversations that's taking place right now into a next steps planning document. We're going to be reporting that out at the National League of Cities Summit in November. And we're excited to share that with the entire membership of the National League of Cities because we think they're going to benefit from all of the lessons, all of the information that was gathered here. I think it'll resonate. This talent attraction and retention challenge that exists here in Dayton exists everywhere. And there's a lot to be learned from the project that we've had underway over the last several months.
So why is attraction and retention of the workforce important to you in your work?
Attraction and retention of the workforce is incredibly important in my work and from a regional perspective because we can't develop our economy and develop our workforce without attracting the right workforce and retaining the right workforce. So in my job every single day as the president of the Strategic Ohio Council for Higher Education, we are focused on working with our 22 colleges and universities in our consortium to build workforce and to get them to stay here in our region to be able to fill our most in-demand jobs and therefore feeding our economy and our economic development.
Why is it important for our region to work together on attraction and retention of the workforce?
It's really critical for our region to work together on attraction and retention. It keeps us be acting in the most efficient and the most effective way so that we're working on initiatives together and not in stovepipes. So this forum today on attraction and retention was really important for all of us to kind of point out some of the things that we're doing well together and some areas that we can work on and do a better job together.
Are there some critical findings or takeaway that you've gotten from today?
There are quite a few critical findings and takeaways from today. Specifically around workforce shortage in particular areas and particular occupational specialties. In addition to some of the things that our companies are doing to try to attract and retain their workforce, for instance, through employee engagement and building of culture. In addition, I think some of our regional chambers have a huge role, and that was pointed out today, have a huge role in working with the businesses around attraction and retention.
How could this forum help your business and initiatives?
I think this forum is helpful for everyone who attended, and I think we need to do more forums like this. Specifically for my business, the way that this forum helped is by pointing out more potential partners that we can work with around talent attraction and retention, and looking at initiatives that from a very strategic level as a region, things that we can do together and really that we have to do together to succeed as a region to be able to stop brain drain and to really attract the workforce we need to continue to grow our businesses.
Okay. So what do you hope will come out of this forum from today?
What I hope for out of this forum is a workforce strategy for our entire region. And that is a strategy that we can develop together, goals and objectives that we can develop together and that we can work on together and achieve together. I think this forum could really help us walk down that pathway and get that strategy written. And it's a matter of following up after this forum to work together to build our workforce together.
All right, so this video is going to be shown at the National Convention in November. Is there anything you'd like to say to those folks on a national scale at their convention? Why is Dayton important? We're coming after you. What's Dayton got to offer you?
You know, I think from a regional perspective here in Dayton, Ohio, we have a lot to offer for companies who want to come settle here, for workforce and employees who want to come work in our area. We are a great region of the country. You can get anywhere from Dayton, Ohio very quickly. We have, it's a great cost of living. There is no traffic. There's so many great things that we have going for us in Dayton. And I think we could be better advocates for ourselves nationally to be able to attract more employers and to be able to attract potential workforce to our region as well.